Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. The aluminum hull of my canoe scraped against the rocky shore of Little Triscuit Island as dusk settled over Lake of the Woods like a heavy blanket. August 15th, 2019, a date that would become permanently etched in my memory for all the wrong reasons. The day had been punishing, 8 hours of paddling through choppy waters under a merciless sun that seemed to suck every drop of moisture from our bodies. My shoulders ached with that familiar burn that comes from guiding wilderness expeditions, but after 12 years leading trips through these remote Canadian waters, I should have been used to it. Something felt different this time, though. Maybe it was the way the towering black spruces seemed to lean inward around our chosen campsite, creating a natural amphitheater that trapped sounds and shadows. Or perhaps it was the absolute silence that fell over the water as soon as we pulled our canoes onto the narrow beach. No loons calling, no fish jumping, not even the gentle lap of waves against the shore. The usual symphony of wilderness sounds had simply stopped. My co-guide Kyle emerged from his canoe, water dripping from his paddle as he surveyed our surroundings with the practiced eye of someone who'd spent countless nights in the backcountry. At 28, he was 3 years younger than me, but had an intuitive understanding of wilderness rhythms that impressed even veteran guides. Tonight, however, I noticed his usual easy confidence seemed strained around the edges. Behind us, 7 teenagers between the ages of 13 and 17 began the familiar ritual of unloading gear and claiming tent sites. These kids had been with us for 4 days already, and I'd grown accustomed to their individual quirks and personalities. There was David, a quiet 15-year-old who spoke in whispers when he spoke at all, his words often tumbling out in rushed bursts as if he'd been storing them up for days. Casey, our lone female camper at 16, possessed a sharp wit that could cut through the boys' adolescent posturing with surgical precision. The others, Jake, Mason, Tyler, Connor, and Sam, formed the typical spectrum of teenage bravado, mixed with genuine wilderness enthusiasm. As I helped drag the last canoe well above the high water mark, I found myself scanning the dense wall of forest that pressed close to our small clearing. The undergrowth was thick here, a tangle of alders and willows that created impenetrable shadows, even in the fading daylight. Something about those shadows made my skin crawl, though I couldn't articulate why. In over a decade of guiding, I'd developed reliable instincts about campsites. Which ones would be buggy, which might flood in heavy rain, which offered the best wind protection. This site checked all the practical boxes, but my gut was sending warning signals I couldn't ignore. "Hey, David," I called out, noticing the boy standing motionless at the edge of our clearing, staring into the darkening forest with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. "Need help with your tent?" He didn't respond immediately, just kept staring into the trees with that peculiar focus of his. When he finally turned toward me, his pale face carried an expression I couldn't quite read, part confusion, part concern, part something else entirely. "Who is that man?" he asked, his voice carrying that flat quality it took on when he was trying to process something beyond his understanding. I followed his gaze into the forest, squinting against the gathering darkness. The shadows seemed to shift and dance, creating the illusion of movement where there should be none. But I saw no human figure. No flash of clothing or pale skin among the dark trunks. "Where?" I asked, moving to stand beside him. David pointed with a trembling finger toward a cluster of spruce trees about 30 yards into the forest. "Right there. He's just standing there, watching us." Kyle had caught our conversation and jogged over, his boots crunching on the carpet of pine needles and dried leaves. The three of us stood together, straining our eyes against the deepening gloom. I counted heads quickly. All 7 kids were accounted for, visible around our campsite. Kyle was beside me. That left no one who could be standing in those trees. "Maybe it's just the way the shadows are falling," Kyle suggested. but his voice carried an uncertainty that matched my own growing unease. These old forests can play tricks on your eyes, especially when you're tired. David didn't argue, but he didn't look convinced either. He continued staring into the forest for another long moment before finally turning away to help with camp setup. But I noticed how he positioned his tent with the door facing away from the trees, and how he kept glancing over his shoulder as he worked. The campsite came together with the efficient choreography of a group that had been living together for several days. Tents sprouted in a rough circle around the fire pit Kyle and I had constructed from gathered stones. The boys argued good-naturedly about who would collect firewood and who would help with dinner preparations. Casey organized her gear with military precision, each item finding its designated place in a system only she understood. As full darkness settled over the lake, our campfire became a small island of warmth and light in an ocean of impenetrable black. The flames danced and flickered, casting wild shadows that seemed to reach into the forest like grasping fingers. Beyond the circle of firelight, the world simply ceased to exist, a void so complete it felt almost solid. We gathered around the fire for our evening meal, the kids' voices gradually becoming more subdued as the night pressed in around us. The usual chatter about the day's paddling and tomorrow's route gave way to uncomfortable silences, punctuated by nervous glances toward the forest. Even the most outgoing members of our group seemed infected by the strange atmosphere that had settled over our campsite. I found myself studying each face in the firelight, noting the tension that hadn't been there on previous nights. David sat with his back to the fire, watching the tree line with unwavering attention. Casey hugged her knees to her chest, a posture I'd never seen from her before. The other boys seemed to be working harder than usual to maintain their typical adolescent bravado, but I could see the strain around their eyes. As the night deepened and the fire burned lower, the sounds of the wilderness began to creep back, but they were wrong somehow. Instead of the comforting hoots of owls and the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, we heard strange creaking sounds from the forest, like massive trees swaying in a wind that we couldn't feel. Twice, I thought I heard footsteps circling our campsite, staying just beyond the reach of our firelight. When we finally banked the fire and retreated to our tents, the silence that followed felt oppressive, almost suffocating. As I zipped myself into my sleeping bag beside Kyle, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong with Little Triscuit Island. The wilderness had always been my refuge, a place where the complexities of modern life fell away and left only the honest challenges of survival and navigation. But tonight, for the first time in my guiding career, the wilderness felt hostile. Sleep came fitfully that night, interrupted by dreams of pale figures moving between dark trees and the sound of canvas tearing in the wind that wasn't there. My internal clock, honed by years of early morning departures and dawn fishing expeditions, told me it was somewhere around 2 a.m. when Casey's voice cut through the darkness like a blade. "Stop it," she shouted, her voice sharp with irritation and something that might have been fear. "Just stop." The sound jolted me from the edge of sleep with the intensity of a gunshot. Beside me, Kyle was already fumbling for his flashlight, his movements clumsy with sudden awakening. Through the thin walls of our tent, we could hear the distinctive sound of someone moving around outside, footsteps on dried leaves, the rustle of fabric against branches. "Casey?" Kyle called out, his voice carrying the authoritative tone we used when dealing with potential emergencies. "Everything okay out there?" The response was a long moment of silence that stretched my nerves taut. When Casey finally answered, her voice had dropped to a whisper that somehow carried more menace than her earlier shout. I thought you guys were shaking my tent." Kyle and I exchanged glances in the dim glow of his flashlight. Neither of us had left our tent since turning in for the night. I would have heard the zipper, felt the movement as Kyle got up. More importantly, I would have heard whoever it was walking across the campsite to Casey's tent, which was positioned a good 20 feet from ours. "We've been in here the whole time," I called back, trying to keep my voice calm and reassuring. "Are you sure someone was shaking your tent?" Another long pause, followed by what sounded like Casey moving around inside her tent, checking her gear, or maybe just trying to get comfortable again. "It felt like someone was pulling on the guy lines," she said finally. really hard. Hard enough that I thought the tent was going to come down on top of me. Kyle had already started pulling on his boots, his face grim in the flashlight's glare. I followed suit, though every instinct I possessed was screaming at me to stay inside our tent, to pull my sleeping bag over my head and wait for morning. The rational part of my mind insisted that there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe a raccoon had gotten tangled in the tent lines, or a sudden gust of wind had caught the fabric just right. But as we unzipped our tent and stepped out into the night, the rational explanations crumbled like old paper. The air was completely still, not even the faintest breath of wind to stir the leaves or ripple the surface of the lake. The other 6 tents stood dark and motionless, their occupants presumably still asleep. There was no sign of any animal that might have caused the disturbance, no scattered food or overturned gear that would indicate a raccoon or bear had visited our campsite. Most disturbing of all was the complete silence that surrounded us. Even in the deepest wilderness, night is rarely truly quiet. There are always the small sounds of life continuing in the darkness, the splash of a beaver tail or the rustle of a mouse in the underbrush. But Little Triscuit Island seemed to exist in a bubble of absolute stillness, as if the normal laws of nature had been suspended. Kyle played his flashlight beam in a wide arc around Casey's tent, looking for any sign of what might have caused the disturbance. The tent appeared normal from the outside, properly staked and taut, no obvious damage to the fabric or frame. But as we circled around to the side facing the forest, Kyle's light picked up something that made both of us freeze. 2 of Casey's tent stakes had been pulled from the ground and twisted into perfect right angles, the metal bent with such force that it looked like it had been heated and shaped in a forge. These weren't the cheap aluminum stakes that came with budget camping gear. They were high-quality steel stakes that could withstand hurricane-force winds without bending. The kind of force required to twist them into these geometric shapes would have been enormous, certainly more than any animal could generate. Jesus, Kyle breathed, then quickly corrected himself. God, how does something like this even happen? I knelt beside the twisted stakes, trying to understand what I was seeing. The metal was cold to the touch, showing no signs of having been heated. But the bends were so precise, so deliberate, that they looked almost intentional, like someone or something had carefully shaped them into these impossible angles. Casey, I called softly toward her tent. Can you come out here for a minute? We need to show you something. The zipper of her tent moved slowly, and Casey emerged, looking pale and shaken. Her usually perfect ponytail was disheveled, and I could see she was trembling slightly in the cool night air. When Kyle showed her the twisted stakes, her face went completely white. That's impossible, she whispered. Those stakes were fine when I set up the tent. I checked them twice because the ground was so rocky. We spent the next 20 minutes searching the campsite for any explanation, any clue that might help us understand what had happened. Kyle checked the other tents to make sure their stakes were secure. I examined the ground around Casey's tent for footprints or any other signs of disturbance. We found nothing, no tracks, no broken branches, no evidence that anything larger than a squirrel had been near our campsite. Eventually, we helped Casey move her tent closer to ours, reasoning that there was safety in numbers even if we couldn't identify what we needed protection from. As we worked to restake her tent with spare stakes from our repair kit, I noticed David's tent zipper was partially open, and I could see the pale oval of his face watching us from inside. Did you see anything, David? I asked quietly. He shook his head, but his eyes remained fixed on the forest beyond our campsite. I heard it, though, he said in that whisper-soft voice of his. Footsteps, walking around and around the camp, and something else, like breathing, really heavy breathing, like someone who'd been running. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as he spoke. I hadn't heard any breathing, but then again, my own heartbeat had been so loud in my ears that I might have missed other sounds. Kyle finished securing Casey's tent and stood up, his face troubled. Maybe we should consider heading back to base camp in the morning, he suggested. This island just feels wrong. I was about to agree when we heard it, a sound that made all 3 of us freeze. From somewhere in the forest came the unmistakable crack of a large branch breaking, followed by what sounded like something heavy moving through the underbrush. The sounds were coming from multiple directions, as if whatever was out there was circling our campsite just beyond the reach of our flashlights. Casey grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my jacket with desperate strength. "What is that?" she whispered. I didn't have an answer. In all my years of wilderness guiding, I'd encountered bears, moose, wolves, and countless other potentially dangerous animals. But this sounded different somehow, more deliberate, more calculating than any animal I'd ever heard. The sounds continued for several minutes, a slow procession of breaking branches and rustling leaves that seemed to move in a complete circle around our camp. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, the sound stopped. The forest returned to its unnatural silence, leaving us standing in a small pool of flashlight illumination, straining our ears for any hint of what had been watching us from the darkness. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Morning came with agonizing slowness, the eastern sky gradually lightening from black to deep purple to pale gray. I had spent the remaining hours until dawn sitting beside the rebuilt fire, feeding it small sticks and watching the shadows between the trees for any sign of movement. Kyle had taken the first watch while Casey tried to rest in her relocated tent, but neither of us had been able to shake the feeling that we were being observed. As the sun finally crested the tree line and began to burn away the morning mist that clung to the lake's surface, our campsite began to stir. The boys emerged from their tents with the usual groggy complaints about sleeping on hard ground and needing coffee, but their normal teenage grousing felt forced, as if they were working to maintain normalcy in the face of something they couldn't understand. David was the last to emerge, and when he did, his face was pale and drawn with exhaustion. Dark circles under his eyes suggested he'd slept even less than the rest of us. He moved through the morning routine of rolling up his sleeping bag and organizing his gear with mechanical precision, but I noticed his hands shaking slightly as he worked. "Rough night?" I asked, crouching down beside him as he stuffed his sleeping bag into its compression sack. He nodded without looking up. I kept hearing things. Footsteps, branches breaking, and... He paused, his hands going still as he struggled to find words. I kept feeling like someone was watching me. Even inside my tent with the zipper closed, I felt like there were eyes on me. Before I could respond, Casey's voice cut across the campsite with an edge of panic that made everyone freeze. "Oh, come on, you've got to be kidding me." She was standing beside her tent, holding up 2 more of her stakes, both twisted into the same impossible right angles as the ones we'd found during the night. But these stakes had been supporting the corners of her tent that faced away from the forest, the corners that should have been completely protected from whatever had been moving through the trees. Kyle jogged over to examine the new damage, his expression growing more troubled as he turned the twisted metal over in his hands. "When did this happen?" he asked. "I checked all your stakes when we moved your tent." "They were fine when I went to sleep," Casey said, her voice tight with barely controlled fear. "I specifically checked them because I was so freaked out about the other ones. These were perfectly normal when I zipped up my tent." The implications of what she was saying hit me like a physical blow. If the stakes had been twisted during the few hours between our tent relocation and dawn, it meant that whatever was responsible for the damage had continued its work even while we were awake and watching. It had somehow approached Casey's tent, twisted solid steel stakes into geometric impossibilities, and retreated back into the forest without making a sound. I gathered the group together for an emergency meeting, spreading our topographic map on a flat stone beside the fire pit. The original plan had been to spend 2 more days exploring the smaller islands around Little Triscuit before heading back to base camp, but those plans were now completely off the table. "We're breaking camp and heading back today," I announced, trying to keep my voice steady and authoritative. "Something's not right here, and I'm not comfortable staying another night." To their credit, none of the kids argued. Even Jake and Tyler, who usually pushed back against any change in plans, just nodded and began packing their gear without complaint. The events of the night had shaken everyone, though most of them probably didn't understand exactly what they were afraid of. As we worked to break down the campsite, I found myself studying the forest around us with new eyes. The trees seemed closer somehow, as if they had crept inward during the night. The shadows between the trunks looked deeper and more impenetrable than they had the evening before. Most disturbing of all was the complete absence of wildlife. No squirrels chattering in the branches, no birds calling from the canopy, no insects buzzing through the morning air. David approached me as I was rolling up our cooking tarp, his movements hesitant and uncertain. "Can I tell you something?" he asked in that whisper-soft voice of his. I nodded, giving him my full attention. "I know you're going to think I'm crazy," he began, his eyes darting toward the forest before returning to my face. "But I don't think we're alone here. I mean, I know there's no one else on the island with us, but there's something here. Something that doesn't want us here." Before I could respond, he continued in a rush of words that tumbled over each other in his haste to get them out. "Last night, when I was lying in my tent, I heard footsteps walking around the camp. But they weren't normal footsteps. They were too careful, too deliberate. Like someone was trying really hard not to make noise, but couldn't help making some sound anyway. And the breathing, it sounded like something big, something that had been running or exerting itself." He paused, taking a shaky breath before continuing. "But the worst part was when the footsteps stopped right outside my tent. I could hear breathing just on the other side of the fabric, so close I could have reached out and touched whatever was there. And I swear I could feel it looking at me, even though I couldn't see anything." David's account sent cold tendrils of fear crawling up my spine. His description matched too closely with my own half-formed impressions from the night before. The sense of being watched, the feeling that something was moving just beyond the reach of our senses. "Did you see anything when you looked outside earlier?" I asked. "When you thought you saw a man in the forest?" He nodded emphatically. "It was tall, really tall. Taller than any person should be. And thin, like it hadn't eaten in a long time. It was wearing something light-colored, maybe white or pale gray. But the strangest thing was how still it was. It didn't move at all, just stood there watching us set up camp." As David spoke, I noticed that several of the other kids had stopped their packing and were listening to our conversation. Their faces showed a mixture of fear and fascination, the same expression people get when hearing a ghost story around a campfire. But this wasn't a story, and we weren't safe in our living rooms listening to made-up tales of supernatural terror. Casey joined our growing circle, her tent finally packed and ready to load into the canoes. "I heard it too," she said quietly. "The breathing. It was right outside my tent for most of the night, just standing there. I was too scared to look outside, but I could hear it moving around, checking the other tents." Kyle finished securing the last of our gear and walked over to join the discussion. His usual easy confidence had been replaced by a grim determination that I recognized from difficult rescue situations. "Look," he said, addressing the entire group. "I don't know what's going on here, and honestly, I don't want to find out. We're getting off this island now, and we're not coming back. Everyone grab your life jackets and let's get these canoes in the water." As we carried our gear down to the rocky beach, I took one last look back at our former campsite. The fire pit looked normal, just a circle of blackened stones that could have been left by any camping group. Our tent sites showed the usual flattened areas where sleeping bags had compressed the ground cover. There was no obvious sign that anything unusual had happened here. No evidence that would convince a skeptical outsider that we'd experienced anything more than overactive imaginations and sleep deprivation. But those twisted tent stakes were real. The absolute silence of the forest was real. And the bone-deep certainty that something had been watching us from the shadows was more real than anything I'd ever experienced. As we pushed our canoes into the calm water and began paddling away from Little Triscuit Island, I found myself scanning the tree line one last time. For just a moment, I thought I saw a pale shape standing among the dark spruce trees, tall and impossibly thin, watching our retreat with inhuman patience. When I blinked and looked again, there was nothing there. The paddle back toward the main body of Lake of the Woods should have been a relief, but the farther we got from Little Triscuit Island, the more my unease grew. It wasn't the simple relief of escaping danger. It was the nagging sensation that we were carrying something with us, some invisible weight that pressed down on the group like a physical presence. Our convoy of 4 canoes moved in tighter formation than usual, no one wanting to drift too far from the others. The kids, normally chattering constantly about everything from favorite movies to complaints about mosquito bites, paddled in relative silence. Even Jake and Tyler, our most vocal troublemakers, seemed subdued as they mechanically dipped their paddles into the dark water. I found myself constantly looking back over my shoulder toward Little Triscuit, which remained visible as a dark smudge on the horizon for the first hour of our journey. Each time I turned around, I half expected to see something following us, a pale figure walking on the water's surface or a canoe that hadn't been there moments before. But there was never anything except the empty lake stretching endlessly in all directions. Kyle paddled alongside me, his usual technique replaced by sharp, aggressive strokes that suggested he was working through his own anxieties. During a brief water break, he maneuvered his canoe close enough that we could talk without the kids overhearing. "I've been guiding trips for 8 years," he said quietly, his eyes scanning the horizon as he spoke. "Bears, wolves, lightning storms, hypothermia cases. I've dealt with all of it. But I've never felt anything like what happened back there." I nodded, understanding exactly what he meant. The twisted tent stakes were disturbing enough, but they could potentially be explained by some freak accident or equipment failure. It was the atmosphere of the place that truly unsettled me, the sense that the normal rules of wilderness behavior simply didn't apply on Little Triscuit Island. David's description of what he saw keeps bothering me, I admitted. Tall, thin, pale clothing. It's too specific to be just imagination. Kyle's paddle paused mid-stroke. "You think he really saw something?" "I think we all saw something, or sensed something. The question is what it was." Before Kyle could respond, Casey's voice called out from the canoe behind us. "Hey, can we stop for a minute? I need to check something." We guided our small flotilla toward a nearby rocky outcrop where we could beach the canoes safely. Casey immediately began digging through her pack with frantic urgency, pulling out clothing and camping gear in her search for something specific. "What's wrong?" I asked, though her pale face and shaking hands already suggested the answer wouldn't be reassuring. "My journal," she said, her voice tight with panic. "I write in it every night before bed, and I always put it in the same pocket of my pack. It's not there." Kyle and I exchanged glances. A missing journal might seem like a minor problem under normal circumstances, but given everything else that had happened, even small deviations from routine felt significant. "When did you last see it?" Kyle asked. "Last night, before all the weirdness started. I wrote about the day's paddling and then put it right back where it always goes." Casey's hands continued their frantic search through every pocket and compartment of her pack. "It's definitely not here." David, who had been quietly listening to our conversation, spoke up in his characteristic whisper. "Maybe it fell out when when the stakes got twisted." The possibility that Casey's journal was still on Little Triscuit Island, possibly scattered somewhere around our former campsite, sent a chill through the entire group. None of us wanted to suggest going back to look for it, but leaving behind personal belongings felt like abandoning a part of ourselves to whatever presence inhabited that place. "It's just a journal," Casey said, but her voice cracked slightly as she spoke. "It's not like it had anything important in it, just stupid teenage thoughts and complaints about bug bites." But I could see in her eyes that it was more than that. For a 16-year-old girl spending weeks in the wilderness, that journal was probably her primary outlet for processing the challenges and emotions of the experience. Losing it would feel like losing a piece of herself. As we prepared to resume paddling, Sam raised his hand hesitantly. Can I say something weird?" I nodded, though my stomach was already clenching in anticipation of whatever new strangeness he was about to report. When we were packing up this morning, I noticed that someone had been through my stuff. Not like stealing anything, but like someone had carefully looked through everything and then put it back almost exactly where it was before. My sleeping bag was rolled up differently than I roll it, and my clothes were folded in a way I never fold them. Connor immediately spoke up. "Me too. I thought I was just being paranoid, but my pack definitely looked different this morning." like someone had reorganized it during the night. One by one, the other boys admitted to similar experiences. Gear that had been arranged one way at bedtime was subtly different in the morning. Nothing missing, nothing obviously disturbed, but small changes that suggested someone had been methodically searching through their belongings while they slept. The implications were terrifying. If something had been in our campsite during the night, not only had it been close enough to twist Casey's tent stakes and approach the other tents, it had actually been inside our personal space, handling our belongings with a deliberate curiosity that suggested intelligence and purpose. "Why would something do that?" Mason asked, his voice small and uncertain. "I mean, if it wanted to hurt us or steal our stuff, why just look through everything and put it back?" I didn't have an answer, and the question hung in the air like a physical weight as we resumed our journey. The sun was climbing higher, burning off the morning mist and revealing the full expanse of Lake of the Woods, stretching endlessly in all directions. Under normal circumstances, the sight would have been breathtaking. Thousands of islands scattered across pristine water, each one offering its own unique camping opportunities and wilderness experiences. But today, each island looked potentially menacing. Each dark shoreline could be hiding something that watched our passage with inhuman patience. The vastness that usually made me feel free and alive now felt oppressive, as if we were insects crossing an ocean under the gaze of something vast and unknowable. David, paddling in the stern of the canoe behind mine, kept turning his head to scan the water around us. His movements were quick and nervous, like a deer constantly checking for predators. "David," I called out during our next water break, "you doing okay back there?" He shook his head, his pale face even more drawn than usual. "I keep feeling like we're being followed, not by another boat or anything you can see, but by something under the water maybe, or something that doesn't need a boat." His words sent a collective shiver through the group. The idea that whatever we'd encountered on Little Triscuit Island might not be confined to that location, that it might be capable of pursuing us across the water, transformed our escape into something that felt more like a prolonged chase. As we prepared to cover the final miles to our next intended campsite, Kyle made a decision that probably saved our sanity, if not our lives. "Change of plans," he announced. "We're not stopping at another island tonight. We're paddling straight back to base camp, even if it means traveling after dark." The relief on every face was immediate and obvious. None of us wanted to spend another night in the wilderness, not after what we'd experienced. The thought of setting up tents on another remote island, of sitting around another campfire, while something potentially watched us from the darkness, was unbearable. But as we turned our canoes toward the distant base camp, still hours of hard paddling away, I couldn't shake the feeling that distance alone wouldn't be enough to protect us from whatever we'd awakened on Little Triscuit Island. The paddle back to base camp stretched into the longest 8 hours of my guiding career. What should have been a routine journey across familiar water became an endurance test of nerves and willpower as our group fought against both physical exhaustion and the psychological weight of our experience. By midday, the sun had climbed to its merciless peak, turning the lake surface into a mirror that reflected heat and light with painful intensity. The kids were struggling, their paddle strokes becoming increasingly erratic as dehydration and fatigue took their toll. Under normal circumstances, I would have called for extended breaks every hour, found shaded coves where we could rest and recover our strength. But none of us wanted to stop. The compulsion to keep moving, to put as much distance as possible between ourselves and Little Triscuit Island, drove us forward even as our shoulders burned and our hands developed blisters from gripping the paddle shafts too tightly. Casey, normally one of our strongest paddlers, was visibly struggling in the bow of Kyle's canoe. Her strokes had lost their rhythm, and I could see her frequently scanning the water around us as if expecting something to surface beside our small convoy. The loss of her journal seemed to have shaken her more deeply than she was willing to admit, and I suspected she was replaying the night's events over and over in her mind, trying to make sense of what had happened. David had grown increasingly agitated as the day wore on. Every shadow on the water's surface, every piece of driftwood or floating debris, drew his intense scrutiny. He'd point at something in the distance and ask if we could see it too, but when we looked, there was never anything there except the normal detritus of wilderness lake travel. "There," he said for the dozenth time. his voice carrying a note of desperation that made my skin crawl. "Right there, about 50 yards ahead. Don't you see it?" I followed his pointing finger toward what appeared to be an empty patch of water, the surface broken only by gentle swells that caught the afternoon sunlight. Kyle and I exchanged worried glances. David's behavior was becoming increasingly erratic, and I was starting to worry about his mental state. "What do you think you're seeing, David?" I asked gently, trying to keep any trace of skepticism out of my voice. "It's following us," he whispered, his eyes never leaving that empty patch of water. "Just under the surface. It keeps pace with us no matter how fast or slow we paddle." The other boys had heard this exchange, and I could see the fear spreading through the group like a contagion. Connor kept checking over his shoulder. Sam was gripping his paddle so tightly his knuckles had gone white, and Tyler was mumbling what sounded like prayers under his breath. "David," Kyle said firmly, "there's nothing there. You're exhausted, and your mind is playing tricks on you. We all are." But even as Kyle spoke those rational words, I found myself studying the water where David was pointing with uncomfortable intensity. There was nothing visible beneath the surface, no shadow or disturbance that would indicate something large moving below us. But the way the light played on the water seemed somehow wrong, as if the normal patterns of reflection and refraction had been subtly altered. During our next brief water break, gathered in a loose cluster of canoes, Jake brought up something that made the hair on my arm stand up. "Is anyone else having weird dreams?" he asked hesitantly. "I mean, since we left Little Trisket this morning, every time I close my eyes, even just to blink, I see things, like really vivid images that feel more like memories than dreams." Connor nodded immediately. "Yes, I keep seeing that campsite, but it's different somehow. Like there are more tents than we had, and people I don't recognize. And they're all just standing there, not moving, like they're waiting for something." "I keep dreaming about being underwater," Sam added, his voice barely above a whisper. "Like I'm at the bottom of the lake looking up, and there are shapes moving around on the surface. Dark shapes that aren't boats or canoes." The fact that multiple members of our group were experiencing similar intrusive visions while awake was deeply disturbing. In my years of wilderness guiding, I'd seen plenty of cases of exhaustion-induced hallucinations and stress reactions, but nothing like this coordinated psychological disturbance. Casey finally spoke up, her voice hollow with fatigue and fear. "I keep seeing my journal. In my dreams, I mean. Someone's reading it, turning the pages really carefully like they're trying to understand what the words mean. But when I try to see who's reading it, there's nobody there. Just the journal floating in empty space with the pages turning by themselves." Kyle made the decision to push harder for base camp, abandoning our usual rest schedule in favor of sustained paddling that would get us back to civilization as quickly as possible. The kids were exhausted, but the alternative, spending another night in the wilderness in our current psychological state, was unthinkable. As afternoon faded toward evening, the familiar landmarks of base camp finally began to appear on the horizon. The site of the dock and the cluster of rustic buildings that served as headquarters for wilderness expeditions should have been reassuring, but I found that my anxiety was actually increasing as we approached safety. "What are we going to tell them?" Kyle asked quietly as we guided our canoes toward the dock. "How do we explain what happened without sounding like we've all lost our minds?" It was a valid question. The story of twisted tent stakes and nocturnal visitors would be difficult enough to believe if we had physical evidence, but we'd left everything behind on Little Trisket Island. All we had were the accounts of 7 traumatized teenagers and 2 guides who were questioning their own sanity. As we tied up at the dock, other guides and staff members gathered to welcome us back early from our expedition. Their friendly greetings and questions about why we'd returned ahead of schedule felt surreal after what we'd experienced. How could we explain that we'd fled from something we couldn't identify, something that might not even exist in any conventional sense? David was the first to climb out of his canoe, his movements shaky and uncertain. As soon as his feet hit the dock, he turned back toward the lake and pointed toward the horizon where Little Trisket Island was now just a dark speck in the distance. "It's still there," he said, his voice carrying that flat certainty that had characterized his observations throughout our ordeal. "It's waiting for the next group to come and camp there." The base camp staff looked at him with the kind of confused concern usually reserved for cases of severe dehydration or hypothermia. But I found myself following his gaze toward that distant island, and for just a moment, I thought I could see something pale moving among the dark trees of its shoreline. When I blinked and looked again, there was nothing there except shadows and distance. The debriefing session at base camp began as a routine post-expedition discussion, but quickly transformed into something resembling a therapy session as our group struggled to articulate what we'd experienced on Little Trisket Island. The camp director, a weathered veteran named Patricia Hensley, who'd been managing wilderness expeditions for over 20 years, listened to our accounts with the patient expression of someone who'd heard every possible camping mishap and teenage drama. But as the testimonies continued, her expression shifted from professional patience to genuine concern and finally to something approaching alarm. "Let me make sure I understand," she said, consulting the notes she'd been taking. "Multiple members of your group experienced unexplained sounds during the night. Several reported feeling watched. Gear was apparently searched through, and metal tent stakes were bent into geometric shapes with enough force to make them unusable." Kyle nodded grimly. "That's the summary, but it doesn't capture how wrong everything felt. In 20 years of camping, I've never experienced anything like the atmosphere on that island." Patricia turned to Casey, who had been sitting quietly in the corner of the meeting room, still visibly shaken by the loss of her journal and the night's events. "Casey, can you describe exactly what you felt when your tent was being shaken?" Casey's hands trembled slightly as she recalled the experience. It wasn't random, like wind or an animal would cause. Someone was deliberately pulling on the guy lines, testing how much pressure the tent could take before collapsing, and when I yelled for them to stop, the pulling stopped immediately, like whatever was doing it understood my words and chose to respond. "The breathing," David added suddenly, his voice cutting through the room with startling intensity. "Don't forget about the breathing. It was right outside my tent for hours, just standing there. Not like an animal that would move around or make other sounds. Just patient. Like it was studying me." Patricia frowned, consulting a thick folder that I recognized as containing incident reports and safety documentation. "Have any of you heard the local stories about Little Trisket Island?" The question sent a chill through the room. Kyle and I exchanged glances. In our years of guiding expeditions through Lake of the Woods, we'd heard plenty of local folklore and legend, but nothing specific about Little Trisket. "What kind of stories?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know the answer. Patricia pulled out a photocopied newspaper article that looked like it had been printed decades ago. "This is from the Kenora Daily Miner, August 1987. A family camping on Little Trisket reported similar experiences, unexplained sounds, feeling watched, gear being disturbed during the night. They cut their trip short and filed a report with the Ontario Provincial Police." She flipped through several more documents. "Here's another one from 1994, a youth group from Minnesota, same island, similar reports, and this one from 2003, a solo kayaker who claimed something was stalking him around the island." The room fell silent as the implications sank in. What we'd experienced wasn't an isolated incident or a case of group hysteria. It was part of a pattern stretching back decades, possibly longer. "Why didn't you tell us about this before we went out there?" Kyle asked, his voice tight with anger. Patricia's expression became defensive. "Because 90% of the groups that camp on Little Trisket have perfectly normal experiences. The island has been used as a campsite for generations without incident. We can't avoid every location that has a few strange stories attached to it, or we'd run out of camping spots entirely." Jake raised his hand hesitantly. "What do the local indigenous people say about the island? I mean, they've been here longer than anyone else." Patricia's discomfort was obvious as she consulted her files again. "The Ojibwe bands in this area have traditional stories about certain locations that should be approached with respect. Little Trisket is mentioned in some of those stories, but it's usually described as a place where the boundary between worlds is thin, not necessarily dangerous." "Boundary between worlds?" Connor asked. "What does that mean?" "Different cultures have different ways of understanding spiritual geography," Patricia explained carefully. "Some locations are considered more spiritually active than others. places where the normal rules don't always apply. David leaned forward in his chair, his eyes bright with something between vindication and terror. So what I saw was real. The tall figure in pale clothing. Patricia hesitated before answering. Traditional stories from this region do include descriptions of beings that don't fit normal categories, entities that are neither human nor animal, but something else entirely. The clinical language couldn't disguise what she was really saying. We'd encountered something on Little Triscuit Island that existed outside the normal boundaries of wilderness experience, something that had been reported by visitors for decades but never adequately explained or documented. Casey spoke up, her voice stronger than it had been all day. So what happens now? Do you put up warning signs? Tell other groups not to camp there? Patricia shook her head slowly. The island is designated as a legal campsite by Parks Canada. We can't simply declare it off limits based on unusual experiences, but we can make note of your report and consider whether future groups should be briefed on the local folklore before camping there. The inadequacy of that response was frustrating, but I understood the institutional constraints Patricia was operating under. How do you officially acknowledge that one of your designated campsites is haunted? How do you balance safety concerns against the need to maintain credibility and avoid panic? As the meeting broke up and the kids dispersed to shower and call their parents, Kyle and I lingered to discuss the implications of what we'd learned. The pattern of reports dating back decades suggested that whatever we'd encountered was a persistent presence on Little Triscuit Island, not a temporary phenomenon or a case of overactive imaginations. I keep thinking about Casey's journal, Kyle said as we walked toward the guides' quarters. Why would something take a teenage girl's diary? What could it possibly want with personal writings about homesickness and boy troubles? The question haunted me throughout the evening as I tried to process the day's revelations. The idea that something inhuman was curious enough about human thoughts and experiences to steal and presumably read personal writings suggested a level of intelligence and purpose that was deeply unsettling. That night, as I lay in my bunk listening to the normal sounds of civilization, generators humming, boats puttering across the lake, other guides talking quietly on the porch, I found myself thinking about David's description of the figure he'd seen. Tall, thin, wearing pale clothing, standing motionless among the trees like it was studying our group with scientific detachment. The image that formed in my mind was of something that existed at the intersection of curiosity and hunger, drawn to human presence, but fundamentally alien in its motivations and methods. Something that collected personal artifacts and studied human behavior with the patience of a researcher conducting a long-term experiment. As sleep finally claimed me, my last conscious thought was a prayer that whatever was waiting on Little Triscuit Island would remain content to observe from a distance, rather than deciding to expand the scope of its research to include more direct forms of contact. The base camp offered all the comforts of returning civilization, hot showers, real beds, and the reassuring hum of generators and boat motors that marked human presence. But sleep proved as elusive in the safety of the guides' quarters as it had been in our tent on Little Triscuit Island. Every time I closed my eyes, my mind replayed the events of the past 24 hours with exhausting persistence. Kyle was equally restless, tossing and turning in the bunk across from mine. Around midnight, he gave up the pretense of sleep and sat up, his face pale in the dim light filtering through the window. I can't stop thinking about those tent stakes, he said quietly. I've been trying to figure out what kind of force it would take to bend solid steel like that. The physics just don't make sense. I sat up as well, grateful for the conversation that would postpone another failed attempt at rest. I keep thinking about the systematic way it searched through everyone's gear. That suggests intelligence, planning, not the random actions of an animal or natural phenomenon. Through the thin walls of our quarters, we could hear the muffled sounds of the kids in the adjacent building. None of them seemed to be sleeping either, based on the quiet conversations and restless movement that drifted through the night air. Patricia's file suggested this has been happening for decades, Kyle continued. If something's been collecting information about campers for that long, what's it learning? What's the purpose? The question sent an uncomfortable chill through my already frayed nerves. The idea of being studied by something inhuman was disturbing enough, but the possibility that our experience was part of a longer pattern of observation and data collection transformed our ordeal from a supernatural encounter into something resembling an alien abduction scenario. A soft knock on our door interrupted my increasingly dark thoughts. I opened it to find David standing in the hallway, his pale face drawn with exhaustion and something that might have been desperation. "Can I talk to you guys?" he asked in that whisper-soft voice of his. "I can't sleep, and I keep seeing things." Kyle and I exchanged glances before inviting him in. David perched on the edge of Kyle's bunk, his hands clasped tightly in his lap as he struggled to find words for whatever was troubling him. "It's like the dreams haven't stopped," he began hesitantly. "Even when I'm awake, I keep seeing flashes of being back on the island. But not the way it was when we were there. Different times, different people camping there." His description matched the intrusive visions that several of the other kids had reported during our paddle back to base camp. The fact that these experiences were continuing even after we'd returned to safety suggested that our encounter with Little Triscuit Island had left lasting psychological effects. "What do you see in these visions?" I asked gently. David's hands began to shake as he recalled the images. Different camping groups over the years, families, other youth groups, solo travelers. But they're all being watched by the same tall figure I saw in the trees. It's always there, at the edge of every campsite, studying whoever's camping on the island. He paused, taking a shuddering breath before continuing. But in some of the visions, the figure isn't just watching. It's in the campsites, moving among the tents while people are sleeping, touching their gear, looking through their belongings, sometimes just standing beside sleeping bags and watching people breathe. The image David described, of something inhuman studying sleeping humans with clinical detachment, was profoundly disturbing. It suggested a level of intimate violation that went far beyond simple observation. "David," Kyle said carefully, "these might just be your mind trying to process what we experienced. Sometimes trauma can create very vivid false memories that feel completely real." But David shook his head emphatically. "It's not just my imagination. I can see details I shouldn't know. Specific camping gear that wasn't around when I was a kid, clothing styles from decades ago, even the faces of people I've never met. And in every vision, there are personal items missing. Journals, photographs, letters, things that would tell the story of who these people are." The pattern David described aligned too closely with our own experience to dismiss as fantasy. Casey's missing journal was just the latest in what appeared to be a decades-long collection of personal artifacts taken from campers on Little Triscuit Island. "There's something else," David continued, his voice dropping to barely audible levels. "In the visions, I can sometimes see where it takes the stolen items. There's a place on the island, hidden deep in the forest, where everything is stored. Hundreds of journals, photo albums, personal letters, all arranged very carefully, like a library or museum collection. The idea of a hidden archive of stolen human memories and experiences was simultaneously fascinating and terrifying. It suggested that whatever inhabited Little Triscuit Island was conducting a long-term anthropological study of human behavior and psychology, using stolen personal items as primary source documents." Kyle stood up and began pacing the small room, his expression troubled. "If David's visions are accurate, if there really is some kind of collection hidden on the island, then we need to report this to the authorities. The OPP, Parks Canada. Someone with the authority to investigate." But even as he spoke, we all recognized the fundamental problem with that approach. How do you convince law enforcement officials to investigate a supernatural entity that may or may not exist? How do you explain that your evidence comes from the visions of a traumatized teenager? "They'll think we're all suffering from some kind of group psychological breakdown," I said. "And maybe we are. Maybe everything that happened can be explained by stress, exhaustion, and the power of suggestion." David looked at me with an expression of profound sadness. "You still don't believe what we experienced was real, do you? Even after everything that happened, part of you thinks we imagined it all." His accusation hit closer to home than I cared to admit. Despite everything I'd witnessed and experienced, My rational mind continued to search for conventional explanations. The twisted tent stakes could have been equipment failure. The sounds in the forest could have been wind or animals. The sense of being watched could have been psychological projection. But the systematic search of our gear, the missing journal, the pattern of similar reports stretching back decades, these details formed a constellation of evidence that was difficult to explain through conventional means. I want to believe our experience was real, I admitted, but I also want to protect you kids from whatever the psychological consequences might be of believing you've encountered something supernatural. David smiled sadly. Too late for that. We've already encountered it. The question now is what we do with that knowledge. As dawn light began to filter through the windows of our quarters, I realized that our ordeal wasn't ending with our return to base camp. It was evolving into something more complex and potentially more dangerous. Whatever we'd awakened on Little Triscuit Island seemed to have formed some kind of connection with our group, particularly with David, whose visions were becoming increasingly detailed and disturbing. The thought that we might have become permanent subjects of study for something inhuman was almost too frightening to contemplate. But as I watched David's haunted eyes and listened to the continued restless movement from the kids' quarters, I began to suspect that our encounter with Little Triscuit Island was far from over. The final morning at base camp arrived with deceptive normalcy. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the dining hall where our group gathered for what should have been a celebratory breakfast, marking the end of our wilderness expedition. Instead, we sat around the wooden table picking at pancakes and bacon while avoiding each other's eyes, each lost in private thoughts about what we'd experienced and what it meant for our futures. The other guide teams and base camp staff maintained the cheerful routine of expedition farewells, but I could see them watching our group with poorly concealed concern. 7 teenagers and 2 experienced guides don't usually return from the wilderness looking like survivors of a psychological trauma, and our hollow-eyed exhaustion was impossible to hide. Patricia approached our table as the meal was winding down, carrying a manila folder that immediately drew my attention. Her expression was carefully neutral, but I could see tension around her eyes that hadn't been there during yesterday's debriefing. "I need to speak with your group privately," she said quietly. "We've received some additional information that you should be aware of before you leave." The kids looked up from their barely touched meals with a mixture of dread and morbid curiosity. Whatever news Patricia was bringing, none of us expected it to be reassuring. We reconvened in the same meeting room where we'd given our initial testimonies, but this time Patricia's demeanor was markedly different. Gone was the professional skepticism and institutional caution. In its place was something approaching fear. "I spent most of yesterday evening making phone calls," she began, opening the folder to reveal a stack of documents and photographs. "Contacting other wilderness outfitters, Parks Canada officials, even some retired guides who've been working these waters for decades." She spread several photographs across the table. Black and white images that looked like they'd been taken in the 1960s or 70s. Each showed camping scenes from what appeared to be Little Triscuit Island. But there was something subtly wrong with every image. "These were taken by various expeditions over the years," Patricia continued. "Look carefully at the backgrounds." I studied the photographs, trying to identify what had caught Patricia's attention. At first, they seemed like typical wilderness camping shots. Groups of smiling campers around fires, people setting up tents, kids posing with fishing catches. But as I examined them more closely, I began to notice a recurring anomaly. In the background of nearly every photograph, just at the edge of the forest tree line, was a pale vertical shape that didn't quite belong. Sometimes it was partially obscured by branches or shadows, but in several images it was clearly visible, a tall, thin figure in light-colored clothing, standing motionless among the trees. "Oh God," Casey whispered, pointing at one particular photograph from 1983. "That's the same thing David saw. Exactly the same." David leaned forward, his face pale with recognition. "It's been there all along, watching every group that camps on the island appearing in their photographs whether they notice it or not." Patricia nodded grimly. "I contacted the photographers when possible. Most claimed they never noticed the figure when they took the pictures. It only became visible when the film was developed. A few remember feeling watched or sensing something unusual, but they attributed it to normal wilderness paranoia. Kyle studied one of the clearer images, his expression troubled. This suggests whatever we encountered isn't just a recent phenomenon. It's been a permanent presence on Little Triscuit Island for at least 40 years, probably longer. There's more, Patricia said, pulling out a photocopied report that looked official. I contacted the Ojibwe Cultural Center in Kenora. Their elder, a man named Joseph Standing Bear, knows the traditional stories about that island. She paused, clearly uncomfortable with what she was about to relay. According to the traditional stories, Little Triscuit Island is what they call a watching place, a location where the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds is thin enough that beings from either side can observe the other. The entity that lives there is described as a collector of human stories. Collector? I asked, though I suspected I already knew what she meant. It gathers evidence of human existence, personal items, written records, anything that tells the story of individual lives and experiences. The traditional understanding is that it's trying to understand what makes humans human, studying us the way a scientist might study a new species. David spoke up, his voice carrying that eerie certainty that had characterized his observations throughout our ordeal. That's why it took Casey's journal, and that's why it searched through everyone's gear. It was looking for personal items that would tell our stories. The confirmation of David's visions through traditional indigenous knowledge was both validating and terrifying. It meant that what we'd experienced was real. But it also meant that we'd been subjects of study by something fundamentally alien to human experience. Mr. Standing Bear said something else that troubled me, Patricia continued. He said that people who have close encounters with the collector sometimes continue to be studied afterward, that it forms a connection with individuals who interest it particularly. All eyes turned to David, whose visions and sensitivity to the presence on Little Triscuit Island had marked him as the most affected member of our group. His pale face went even whiter as he processed the implications. You mean it's still watching me? Even here? Patricia's silence was answer enough. The meeting broke up in subdued silence as parents began arriving to collect their children. The usual tearful farewells and promises to stay in touch that marked the end of successful wilderness expeditions were replaced by awkward hugs and nervous glances. None of us knew how to process what we'd experienced or what it meant for our futures. As I helped load gear into various family vehicles, I noticed that several of the kids were exhibiting behaviors that suggested ongoing psychological effects. Connor kept checking over his shoulder as if expecting to see something following him. Sam jumped at unexpected sounds. Casey clung to her mother with an intensity that suggested she had no intention of spending time alone anytime soon. David was the last to be picked up, and as his parents loaded his gear into their SUV, he approached Kyle and me with an expression of profound sadness. It's not over, is it? He asked quietly. This connection, or whatever it is. I can still feel it watching me, even here. I wanted to offer reassurance, to tell him that time and distance would fade the psychological impact of our experience. But the traditional stories Patricia had shared suggested that some encounters leave permanent marks, that certain individuals become subjects of ongoing study by forces beyond human understanding. David, I said carefully, if you continue to have unusual experiences, visions, dreams, anything that doesn't feel normal, you need to tell your parents. Get help from people who understand trauma and psychology. He nodded, but his eyes held a resignation that was heartbreaking in someone so young. I'll try. But I don't think normal doctors will understand this kind of problem. As David's family drove away, Kyle and I stood on the dock watching the last traces of our expedition disappear into the distance. The lake stretched endlessly before us, dotted with thousands of islands that had hosted countless camping groups over the decades. How many other locations held secrets similar to Little Triscuit? How many other entities were conducting their own quiet studies of human behavior? Are we going to report this officially? Kyle asked. File some kind of incident report with Parks Canada? I considered the question carefully. The evidence we'd gathered, the photographs, the traditional stories, the pattern of similar experiences dating back decades, painted a compelling picture of something genuinely anomalous occurring on Little Trisket Island. But institutional bureaucracies weren't designed to handle reports of supernatural activity, no matter how well documented. "I think we report what we can verify," I said finally. "Equipment failure resulting in dangerous camping conditions, psychological stress affecting the group. Recommend that future expeditions be briefed on local folklore and traditional safety concerns." It wasn't the full truth, but it was as much truth as the system could handle. That evening, as Kyle and I prepared to leave base camp ourselves, Patricia pulled me aside for a final conversation. Her expression was troubled, and I could see that our experience had affected her deeply as well. "I've been managing wilderness expeditions for 20 years, she said quietly. "I've dealt with bear encounters, severe weather, medical emergencies, equipment failures, everything you can imagine. But I've never had a group return with a story like yours." She paused, looking out over the lake toward the distant horizon where Little Trisket Island lay hidden among thousands of others. "I'm going to recommend that we suspend camping permits for Little Trisket Island pending a safety review. I can't prove that something supernatural is happening there, but I can document a pattern of psychological distress among camping groups that represents a liability concern." It was a small victory, but an important one. Future groups would be spared the experience that had traumatized our 7 teenagers and forever changed my understanding of what was possible in the wilderness. As I drove away from base camp that evening, my truck loaded with gear and memories I would spend years trying to process, I found myself thinking about David's final question. Was it over? Had our encounter with the collector of Little Trisket Island ended with our escape? Or had we become permanent subjects of study for something that existed outside the normal boundaries of human experience? The answer would come in the months and years that followed, as each member of our group struggled to reintegrate into normal life while carrying the weight of knowledge that most people would never believe. Some would recover fully, relegating our experience to the category of shared delusion or wilderness stress. Others would find their worldview permanently altered, their understanding of reality expanded to include possibilities they'd never imagined. And David, our most sensitive member, would continue to report visions and dreams that suggested his connection to the collector remained active long after our physical departure from Little Trisket Island. His parents would seek help from psychologists and psychiatrists, but the professionals would struggle to treat a condition that existed outside their frame of reference. Years later, when I encountered other guides with their own stories of unexplained wilderness encounters, I would understand that our experience on Little Trisket Island was part of a much larger pattern. The wilderness holds secrets that human civilization has largely forgotten, entities and phenomena that exist at the margins of our understanding. But that August in 2019, driving away from Lake of the Woods with the weight of impossible knowledge heavy on my shoulders, I could only hope that distance and time would provide protection for the 7 young people who had trusted me to keep them safe in the wilderness. I had failed in that trust, not through any lack of preparation or judgment, but because some dangers can't be anticipated or avoided. They can only be survived, and their effects can only be endured. The collector of Little Trisket Island had added our stories to its vast archive of human experience, and somewhere in the depths of that remote forest, our personal artifacts would join the thousands of others taken from curious humans who had wandered too close to places where different worlds touch. That knowledge would haunt my dreams for years to come, but it would also serve as a reminder of how much mystery still exists in our mapped and measured world. Some boundaries should not be crossed, some places should not be explored, and some watchers are better left undisturbed in their ancient vigils. The story of our encounter would spread through the close-knit community of wilderness guides, passed along in hushed conversations around evening fires and added to the growing collection of unexplained experiences that mark the edges of human understanding. Future expeditions would benefit from our hard-won knowledge, warned away from Little Trisket Island by guides who understood that some campsites came with prices too high to pay. But the collector would remain, patient and eternal, waiting for the next group of curious humans to ignore the warnings and pitch their tents in its domain. The cycle would continue, as it had for decades before our arrival, as it would for decades after our departure. Some hungers can never be satisfied, some studies can never be completed, And some watchers will never tire of observing the endless variety of human experience. The wilderness keeps its secrets, but sometimes those secrets keep us as well. I never should have ignored the warning signs. They were everywhere that day, from the sudden quiet that fell over the forest as we hiked deeper into the wilderness, to the inexplicable absence of wildlife tracks along the usually teeming trail. My husband and I had been planning this anniversary trip for months, eager to escape the suffocating demands of our corporate lives. We chose Pine Haven National Forest for its isolation, a decision that would prove catastrophic. "We should reach the clearing in about 20 minutes, said my husband, consulting the weathered map we'd downloaded before losing cell service. His confidence was one of the traits I'd fallen in love with years ago, the steady surety that had carried us through difficult times. Now, as we trudged uphill with 60-pound packs straining our shoulders, I found myself questioning our judgment. The June heat pressed down through gaps in the canopy, creating a stifling envelope around us. Sweat trickled down my back as I swatted away persistent insects that seemed unusually aggressive. Something felt wrong about this section of forest. The trees grew at peculiar angles, their branches reaching toward us rather than the sky. I told myself it was just fatigue playing tricks on my perception. "Did you notice how quiet it's gotten?" I asked, breaking a silence that had stretched for nearly half an hour. He paused, tilting his head. "Now that you mention it." His voice trailed off as he scanned the dense foliage surrounding us. "Probably just the time of day. Animals rest during the hottest hours." I nodded, though uncertainty gnawed at me. We continued our ascent, stepping over fallen logs and navigating around boulders carpeted with thick moss. The path narrowed until it barely qualified as a trail, forcing us to move in single file. According to the ranger station's records, only 3 hiking parties had ventured this far in the past month. The isolation had seemed romantic when discussed in our living room. Now it felt ominous. When we finally reached the clearing, relief washed over me. A flat expanse of grass surrounded by towering pines offered the perfect camping spot. My husband immediately set to work pitching our tent while I unpacked our cooking supplies. The mundane tasks of setting up camp gradually eased my anxiety, replacing it with the satisfaction of establishing our temporary home. As twilight descended, we sat side by side on a fallen log, eating rehydrated pasta from metal camping bowls. The forest breathed around us, a living entity with secrets buried beneath centuries of accumulated soil. Stars emerged overhead, brilliantly clear away from city lights. "To adventure," my husband said, raising his water bottle in a toast. "To adventure," I echoed, tapping my bottle against his. If only I had known what waited for us in the darkness. I awoke suddenly, consciousness rushing back as though I'd been forcibly pulled from sleep. Our 2-person tent felt suffocatingly small, the nylon walls pressing inward. Outside, the forest had fallen into an unnatural stillness that seemed to vibrate with tension. My watch showed 2:17 a.m. Nature called, forcing me to contemplate the 30-foot walk to our designated bathroom area. My husband slept peacefully beside me, his breathing deep and rhythmic. I envied his ability to remain undisturbed while my senses prickled with alertness. As I reached for the tent zipper, a sound froze my hand mid-motion. Something was moving outside, not the random scurrying of nocturnal animals, but deliberate, measured movements. A slow scraping, like fingernails dragging through dirt, emanated from just beyond the thin fabric barrier of our tent. My heart hammered against my ribcage as I held my breath, straining to interpret the sound. It continued methodically, punctuated by occasional pauses. After several minutes of internal debate, I inched the zipper down just enough to create a narrow opening. Moonlight spilled into the tent as I pressed my eye to the gap. A figure crouched less than 6 feet from our tent, female, with long, matted hair hanging in clumps around a gaunt face. Her clothes, what appeared to be a once white nightgown, were stained with dark patches of what could have been mud or something worse. Her hands worked tirelessly at the earth, scooping away soil and placing it in neat piles beside her. The deliberate precision of her movement sent waves of dread through me. This was no lost hiker or forest ranger. There was something profoundly wrong about her presence, about the mechanical way she dug into the ground as though compelled by some irresistible force. I retreated from the zipper, my bladder forgotten as fear gripped me. Shaking my husband awake, I whispered urgently, "There's someone outside, a woman. Digging." He was instantly alert, years of emergency response training kicking in. "Where?" he mouthed silently. I pointed toward the front of the tent, and he cautiously approached the opening I'd created. After peering out for several seconds, he reached for the flashlight we kept by our sleeping bags. "Hey!" he called out, his voice startlingly loud in the midnight forest. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" The digging stopped. For 30 agonizing seconds, absolute silence surrounded us. Then came the sound of someone standing, dirt falling from clothing. My husband unzipped the tent further, shining the flashlight toward the source of the noise. The beam illuminated the woman, now standing motionless beside the small hole she'd created. Her eyes reflected the light like an animal's, glinting with an unnatural sheen. What disturbed me most was her expression, blank, devoid of surprise or concern at being discovered. She stared at us with empty recognition as though we were the intruders in this remote wilderness. Without a word, she turned and walked into the forest, her movements stiff and unnatural. The darkness swallowed her within seconds, leaving us alone with the hole she'd abandoned. "What the hell was that?" I whispered, clutching my husband's arm. "I don't know," he replied, continuing to scan the tree line with the flashlight. "Maybe someone with mental health issues who wandered away from a campsite? We should report it when we get back to the ranger station." His rational explanation should have comforted me, but the woman's behavior had triggered a primal fear I couldn't shake. We debated whether to pack up immediately, but the thought of navigating the difficult trail in darkness seemed even more dangerous than staying put. "Let's try to get some sleep," my husband suggested, though his tight expression betrayed his own unease. "We'll head out at first light." We sealed ourselves back in the tent, but sleep remained elusive. Every rustle outside, every whisper of wind through branches became a potential threat. I lay awake until dawn began to filter through the trees, illuminating our temporary sanctuary with pale light that did nothing to dispel my growing sense of dread. Morning arrived with disorienting brightness, temporarily banishing the horrors of the night. As I crawled from our tent, stiff and exhausted, the forest appeared deceptively normal, birds calling, insects buzzing, sunlight dappling the clearing through swaying branches. It seemed impossible that the same setting had hosted such a disturbing encounter hours earlier. My husband was already examining the hole the woman had dug. I approached reluctantly, dreading what we might find. The depression was roughly 18 inches across and a foot deep, with perfectly vertical sides, too precise for random digging. At the bottom lay a small object that made my stomach contract with disgust, a child's stuffed rabbit, filthy and decomposing from exposure to the elements. "This isn't recent," my husband said, crouching beside the hole. "Look at the condition. It's been out here for months, maybe years." "Why would she dig for that specifically?" I asked, wrapping my arms around myself despite the morning warmth. "How would she even know it was there?" He shook his head, equally confused. "Let's check the rest of the campsite. Make sure nothing's missing." Our inspection revealed no theft, but something more unsettling. Our backpacks had been moved during the night. Nothing appeared to be taken, but items had been rearranged. My clothing neatly folded instead of stuffed into compression bags, our maps unfolded and refolded differently, water bottles arranged in a perfect line by the fire pit. The alterations were subtle enough that we might have attributed them to our own actions if we hadn't been so certain of how we'd left things. As we prepared breakfast, I noticed something that accelerated my heartbeat. Footprints circling our tent. Not approaching from the forest and leaving again, but a continuous path around our sleeping area, as though someone had paced the perimeter repeatedly while we slept. The imprints were small, feminine, with an unusual gait that suggested the person dragged one foot slightly. "We need to leave," I said, abandoning the oatmeal I'd been heating. "Now." My husband nodded, his earlier skepticism replaced by grim agreement. "Pack only what we need. We can make it back to the trailhead by mid-afternoon if we push. As we hastily stuffed our essentials into day packs, leaving the tent and heavier equipment behind, I noticed more unsettling details. Shallow holes dug at precise intervals around the clearing, each containing mundane objects: a rusted bottle cap, a fragment of blue glass, a smooth stone with peculiar markings. All items that seemed deliberately placed, part of some incomprehensible pattern. Most disturbing was what we found as we prepared to depart. A crude figure assembled from twigs and bound with human hair, propped against a tree facing our campsite. The craftsmanship was childlike but meticulous, with smaller twigs forming arms and legs jointed with mud. I wanted to dismiss it as a coincidence, perhaps left by previous campers, but its placement and the freshness of the mud told me otherwise. My husband photographed everything with his camera, documenting the scene with the methodical attention to detail that characterized his work as an insurance investigator. I wished I shared his ability to maintain emotional distance, to treat the situation as evidence rather than a direct threat. "Ready?" he asked, shouldering his pack. I nodded, giving our campsite one final scan. The peaceful clearing now seemed malevolent, as though the ground itself harbored malicious intent. We turned toward the trail that would lead us back to civilization, both sensing the urgent need to put distance between ourselves and whatever presence had invaded our night. We couldn't have known then that our departure route would lead us deeper into danger, or that the morning's discoveries were merely a prelude to horrors awaiting us in the depths of Pine Haven Forest. The trail should have been straightforward, a simple backtrack of our entry route. Yet within an hour we found ourselves in unfamiliar territory. Landmarks I'd carefully noted during our hike-in were absent, replaced by forest features I didn't recognize. My husband consulted the map repeatedly, his confidence waning with each check. "This doesn't make sense," he muttered, rotating the map to align with his compass. "According to this, we're heading in the right direction, but nothing matches what we saw yesterday." The dense canopy overhead blocked GPS signals, rendering our phones useless for navigation. We relied instead on basic orienteering skills that seemed increasingly inadequate as the day progressed. The trail itself began to change character, narrower, less defined, eventually splitting into multiple game paths that meandered in conflicting directions. "We need to follow the drainage," my husband decided after our third hour of increasingly frustrating progress. "Water always flows downhill. If we follow it, we'll eventually reach the river, and the main trail runs alongside it." This logic seemed sound, but the forest had other plans. The small stream we located led us through a section of woods I was certain we hadn't traversed before. A ravine choked with underbrush so thick we had to fight through it, emerging scratched and increasingly anxious. The terrain grew steeper, forcing us to scramble down rocky slopes that threatened to twist ankles or worse. By mid-afternoon, exhaustion and frustration had frayed our nerves. We stopped in a small clearing to reassess, sharing the last of our trail mix in silent dejection. The sun's position suggested we'd been traveling southeast instead of due south as intended, a realization that triggered a wave of nauseating dread. "We're going to have to admit it," I said finally. "We're lost." My husband nodded grimly. The word hung between us, heavy with implications. Being lost in Pine Haven meant potential days before anyone would begin searching for us. Our emergency supplies were limited to what we'd packed in our day packs, expecting a straightforward hike out. As we contemplated our options, I noticed strange markings on several trees surrounding the clearing, deep gouges in the bark, 3 parallel lines that couldn't have been made by natural causes. Looking more carefully, I realized the marks appeared on trees, forming a rough circle around us. "Did you see these?" I asked, approaching one of the scarred trunks. My husband examined the markings, running his fingers along the grooves. "Animal claws, maybe. Bear or mountain lion." But we both knew the explanation was insufficient. The marks were too uniform, too deliberately placed. They reminded me of boundary markers or warnings. The afternoon light began to fade with alarming speed as clouds gathered overhead. With tacit agreement, we decided to make camp rather than risk continuing in diminishing visibility. Neither of us voiced the underlying fear, that we would be spending another night in proximity to whoever had disturbed our previous camp. Using emergency blankets and paracord, we constructed a rudimentary shelter against a large boulder. It offered minimal protection, but would keep us dry if the threatening rain materialized. As darkness approached, we gathered firewood, working with urgent efficiency to establish a heat source before night fell completely. The forest transformed with the fading light, familiar shapes distorting into threatening silhouettes. Shadows stretched and merged, creating the illusion of movement at the periphery of our vision. I found myself constantly turning, certain I'd glimpsed something watching from between the trees. Our small fire provided inadequate comfort against the encroaching darkness. We huddled close, speaking in whispers, though there was no logical reason to do so. As the last traces of daylight disappeared, the forest sounds changed character. The normal chirping of insects and occasional rustle of nocturnal animals replaced by profound silence punctuated by distant, unidentifiable noises. "Do you hear that?" I asked, straining to identify a rhythmic sound carried on the night breeze. My husband tilted his head, listening. "Wind in the trees," he suggested, but his tone lacked conviction. The sound persisted, a faint, repetitive knocking, like wood striking wood at measured intervals. It seemed to come from all directions simultaneously, making it impossible to pinpoint the source. We fed the fire, building it higher despite our need to conserve fuel. The primal fear of darkness overrode practical considerations. Neither of us suggested sleeping. We maintained silent vigil, backs pressed against the boulder, eyes scanning the boundary where firelight surrendered to absolute darkness. The knocking continued intermittently throughout the night, sometimes fading completely before resuming with altered rhythm. Around what I estimated to be midnight, the sounds changed. The knocking ceased, replaced by what could only be described as humming, a toneless, monotonous vibration that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. It resonated through the soles of my boots, traveled up my spine, and settled as a persistent buzz behind my eyes. "Do you feel that?" I whispered, gripping my husband's arm. His pale face and wide eyes confirmed he experienced the same sensation. "It's probably just," he began, but couldn't complete the sentence with any plausible explanation. The humming intensified gradually, building to a frequency that made my teeth ache. Just as it became almost unbearable, it stopped abruptly, plunging us into silence so complete it felt physical, pressing against our eardrums like sudden altitude change. In that perfect silence, a twig snapped somewhere in the darkness beyond our fire. Then another. Measured steps approaching from the direction we'd traveled that day. We pressed closer together, eyes straining to penetrate the wall of darkness. The footsteps continued, unhurried and deliberate, circling our small camp just beyond the reach of firelight. Occasionally, a shadow seemed to solidify momentarily before dissolving back into the general blackness. "Who's there?" my husband called, his voice steady despite the fear I knew he shared. "We know you're there. What do you want?" No response came except the continuation of those methodical footsteps, now completing their second circuit around our position. On the third pass, they stopped directly behind us, on the other side of the boulder against which we sheltered. For what seemed like hours, we remained frozen, listening to the soft sound of breathing just feet away, separated only by the stone at our backs. Neither of us dared move, even as our muscles cramped and protests screamed through our nervous systems. Eventually, I heard the sound of hands meeting earth. Someone crouching, beginning to dig. The same scraping sounds from the previous night, now occurring just beyond our sight. My husband gripped the hunting knife from his belt, the only weapon we possessed. We maintained our rigid vigil until dawn began to lighten the eastern sky. Only then did the digging cease, followed by retreating footsteps that faded into the awakening forest. When we finally gathered the courage to peer around the boulder, we found another hole, identical to the one at our original campsite, complete with a small object placed carefully at the bottom, a tarnished locket containing a curl of dark hair. The morning light revealed more than just the freshly dug hole. As we surveyed our surroundings with sleep-deprived caution, I noticed features that had been invisible in the previous evening's failing light. We were in a circular depression, approximately 50 yards across, ringed by unusually uniform trees. At regular intervals around this perimeter stood stone markers, weathered to near invisibility but unmistakably placed by human hands. "This isn't natural," I said, approaching one of the stones. Faint engravings covered its surface, symbols I didn't recognize, worn by decades or centuries of exposure. "No," my husband agreed, examining another marker. "I think we've stumbled into some kind of historic site. Maybe an old settlement or ceremonial ground." The explanation seemed reasonable, yet insufficient to account for the mounting strangeness of our experience. Why had the woman led us here? For I was now certain our disorientation had been purposeful. We had been guided to this location through subtle manipulations of our perception. "We need to find water," my husband said, practical concerns temporarily overriding the mystery. Our canteens were nearly empty, and dehydration posed an immediate threat. A faint trickling sound drew us to the eastern edge of the depression, where a small spring emerged from between rocks. The water appeared clean, and our filtering system would remove any potential contaminants. As I filled our containers, I noticed something embedded in the mud beside the spring, a tarnished metal badge. Carefully extracting it, I wiped away decades of accumulated grime to reveal a Forest Service insignia and a name: Ranger J. Wilson. The date stamped beneath the name sent a shiver through me. 1976, almost 50 years ago. "Look at this," I called to my husband, who was gathering edible berries he'd identified nearby. He examined the badge, frowning. "Could be from an old search operation, or maybe this area used to have ranger patrols before budget cuts. Or maybe Ranger Wilson disappeared here," I suggested, voicing the dark thought that had immediately formed. My husband's expression tightened, but he didn't dismiss the possibility. We both knew we'd crossed into territory where conventional explanations were increasingly inadequate. With water secured and a meager breakfast of berries and our last energy bars consumed, we faced the critical decision of how to proceed. Continuing in any direction seemed equally risky without a reliable means of navigation. "The sun," my husband decided. "As long as we can see it, we can maintain a consistent direction. South should eventually bring us to the main access road." It was the best plan available, so we gathered our limited supplies and prepared to depart. As I shouldered my pack, movement at the edge of the clearing caught my attention. A flash of white among the trees, there and gone in an instant. "She's watching us," I said quietly. My husband nodded, having seen it too. "Let's go. Staying here isn't an option." We moved cautiously across the clearing, heading for what appeared to be a natural break in the surrounding trees. As we approached, I noticed objects hanging from branches at the forest edge. Small bundles wrapped in decaying cloth, suspended by twine that had grown into the living wood, suggesting they had hung there for years. "Don't touch those," my husband warned unnecessarily. The bundles exuded malevolence, their purpose unclear, but certainly not benign. We skirted them carefully, plunging back into the forest with determined strides. For several hours we maintained our southward trajectory, moving through terrain that gradually became more navigable. Hope began to rebuild as we recognized features consistent with the main forest we'd originally entered. Correct tree species, expected undergrowth, normal wildlife sounds returning. Around midday, we emerged onto what was unmistakably a maintained trail. Though not the one we'd originally followed, it showed signs of regular use. Trimmed branches, occasional footprints, even an old blaze mark on a large oak. "This has to lead somewhere," my husband said, relief evident in his voice. "Probably connects to the main trail system eventually." With renewed energy, we followed the path as it wound through increasingly familiar forest. The oppressive atmosphere that had accompanied us since the previous night gradually lifted, replaced by the normal sounds and sensations of wilderness. Our optimism shattered when the trail delivered us to a small cabin nestled against a hillside. The structure appeared abandoned, its wooden walls weathered gray and portions of the roof collapsed. A rusted truck from the 1970s sat nearby, partially reclaimed by vegetation. "That's impossible," my husband muttered, checking his compass again. "We've been heading south all day. This should be taking us toward the park entrance, not deeper in." I approached the cabin cautiously, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't articulate. The door hung askew on broken hinges, revealing a dark interior. Something about the building seemed familiar, though I was certain I'd never seen it before. "Wait," my husband called, but I was already stepping across the threshold, eyes adjusting to the dimness within. The interior told a story of abrupt abandonment. Dishes still on a small table, a jacket hanging from a peg, a logbook open on a desk in the corner. Everything was covered with decades of dust and debris from the partially collapsed roof. I moved to the desk, drawn to the logbook despite growing unease. The final entry, dated October 14, 1976, read, "Third night of disturbances. Digging sounds again. We'll investigate Eastern Quadrant tomorrow. Something about this doesn't feel right." It was signed J. Wilson, Ranger. My fingers trembled as I turned to the desk drawer, already knowing what I would find inside. The drawer stuck, swollen with moisture, but yielded to persistent pressure. Within lay a Forest Service badge, identical to the one we'd found by the spring. "That's not possible," my husband said from behind me, having followed me inside despite his misgivings. But we both knew we had crossed into territory where normal rules no longer applied. This cabin, abandoned for nearly 50 years, somehow connected to the circular clearing we'd left hours ago. The geographical impossibility of our journey stood as evidence that we were trapped in something beyond our understanding. As if confirming this realization, a familiar sound reached us from outside the cabin, the slow, methodical scraping of hands digging into soil. The sound drew us outside despite every instinct screaming to remain sheltered. The woman crouched 20 feet from the cabin door, her back to us as she worked at the earth with single-minded focus. In daylight, the details I'd missed during our nighttime encounters became apparent. Her nightgown was not merely dirty, but decomposing, hanging in tatters from a frame so emaciated it barely seemed human. Her hair, which I'd described as matted, was missing in patches, revealing a scalp marked with what appeared to be old injuries. My husband stepped forward, hand raised in a gesture that was part greeting, part warning. "Hello, we're lost hikers. Can you help us?" She paused, but didn't turn, her fingers continuing to work the soil with mechanical precision. "Please," I added, desperation edging my voice. "We just want to find our way back to the ranger station." The digging stopped. Slowly, with movements that suggested stiffness or pain, she rose and turned to face us. I heard my husband's sharp intake of breath as we both registered what we were seeing. Her face retained human features, but was deeply wrong. The skin pulled too tight over prominent bones, the eyes sunken into dark hollows, the mouth stretched in what might have been a perpetual scream or grimace. Most disturbing was her neck, which bore the unmistakable purple-black bruising of violent strangulation. She regarded us with eyes that somehow managed to convey both emptiness and ancient sorrow. When she spoke, her voice emerged as a rasping whisper that seemed to bypass our ears and manifest directly in our minds. "You cannot leave." 3 simple words that confirmed our growing fear. "Why are you doing this?" my husband demanded, struggling to maintain composure. "What do you want from us?" Her head tilted slightly, the movement unnaturally fluid. "Not me. This place. It wants what it has always wanted. New keepers." "Keepers of what?" I asked, though part of me already understood. Her arm rose in a sweeping gesture that encompassed the cabin, the surrounding forest, and by extension, the circular clearing we'd found earlier. The hollow ground, the thin places, the doors that should remain closed. My husband shook his head in frustration and fear. "We don't understand. Just tell us how to leave, how to get back to the main trail." A sound emerged from her that might have been laughter, though it contained no mirth. "There is no leaving, only replacing. Someone must stay, someone must keep digging, someone must maintain the boundaries." As she spoke, I noticed movement behind her. The earth at the hole she'd been excavating shifted and bulged, as though something beneath was pushing upward. My husband saw it too, taking an involuntary step backward. "What's under there?" he asked, voice tight with restrained panic. The woman's expression remained unchanged, but her eyes flickered with something like pity. "The same thing that's under all the holes. Pieces of what tries to emerge, fragments that must remain separate." The implication sent waves of revulsion through me. The objects, the toy rabbit, the locket, Anchors, she confirmed. Bindings. Each contains a piece. Each must be tended, monitored, kept isolated from the others. My husband's rational mind was visibly struggling against the impossibility of our situation. This is insane. There's nothing supernatural here. You're just a disturbed person who's been living in the woods too long. The woman didn't respond to his denial. Instead, she turned back to her hole, crouching once more to continue her work. From this angle, I could see what she was uncovering, a small metal box, its surface corroded but intact. "Don't touch that," my husband warned, but his protest sounded hollow even to my ears. "Someone must continue," she said without looking up. "I have served my time. 50 years is enough. The hollow ground has chosen you now." With horrible clarity, I understood. "You're Ranger Wilson," I said, the impossible truth crystallizing. "You disappeared in 1976. She nodded slightly, still focused on excavating the box. "Jennifer Wilson. I came to investigate reports of strange activities. Found the clearing, the holes, the previous keeper." "And now you want us to take your place?" My husband's voice rose with incredulity. "To stay here forever, digging holes and burying whatever those things are?" "Not forever," she corrected, finally freeing the box from the earth. "Until the hollow ground chooses your replacements. It could be years. It could be decades. It selects carefully, calls those with the right combination of sensitivity and strength." The implications were too horrific to fully process. We were being drafted into eternal service, becoming guardians of some ancient containment system we couldn't comprehend. The circular clearing, the stone markers, the objects buried at precise intervals, all part of a ritual predating recorded history, maintained through an endless succession of unwilling keepers. "We refuse," my husband stated flatly. "We're leaving. Now." Jennifer Wilson's expression didn't change as she opened the rusted box, revealing its contents, a small, ordinary-looking stone that nevertheless radiated wrongness, a sense of displacement, as though it existed partially in another dimension. "You can try," she said simply, "but the hollow ground has marked you. You'll find yourselves returning here no matter which direction you walk." As if to demonstrate this truth, she gestured toward the hillside behind the cabin. I realized with mounting horror that it was the same distinctive formation visible from our original campsite. We had somehow traveled in a circle despite maintaining a consistent direction all day. "One must stay," she continued, replacing the stone in its box. "One may go. That is the bargain. The price of partial freedom." My husband and I exchanged a glance laden with desperation and disbelief. The suggestion that we should separate, that one should abandon the other to this fate, was unthinkable. Yet the alternative, both trapped in endless service to incomprehensible forces, seemed equally unbearable. There must be another way, I insisted, clinging to hope despite mounting evidence to the contrary. Someone must have escaped before. Jennifer Wilson finally looked up from her task, fixing me with eyes that had witnessed half a century of isolation and duty. "There is only serving or replacing. Those are the choices the hollow ground permits." As darkness began to fall once more, we retreated to the cabin, seeking distance from the woman and time to process our impossible situation. Inside, my husband systematically searched the small space, looking for anything that might offer escape. Maps, notes from previous keepers, forgotten tools. I sat at the desk where Ranger Wilson had written her final log entry, trying to imagine the progression of her captivity, the initial panic, the attempts to escape, the gradual acceptance of her fate. Had she maintained hope for rescue in those early years? Had search parties come close, only to be disoriented and turned away by the same forces that had trapped us? The hollow ground, the thin places, the doors that should remain closed. Her cryptic explanation suggested we had stumbled into something ancient and powerful, a weakened boundary between our world and something else, something that required constant vigilance to remain contained. Night fell completely, returning us to the vulnerability of darkness. Outside, we could hear Jennifer Wilson continuing her rounds, moving from hole to hole across the forest. checking her network of containment points with the dedication of a prisoner who had forgotten any other purpose. We huddled together on the cabin's dusty bed, whispering desperate plans and rejecting them as quickly as they formed. The reality of our situation pressed down with suffocating weight. We were caught in a trap sprung countless times before, with only one person ever permitted to leave. "I'll stay," my husband finally said, his voice steady despite the magnitude of his sacrifice. "You'll go for help. Find a way to return with enough people to break whatever hold this place has." I protested immediately, unwilling to abandon him to the fate we'd witnessed in Jennifer Wilson. But he remained resolute, his decision made with the same clear-eyed determination that had drawn me to him years ago. "One of us has to maintain a connection to the outside," he reasoned, "to find a solution, if one exists. We both know you're stronger in the woods, a better navigator. You have the best chance of breaking through whatever confusion this place creates." His logic was sound, though the emotional cost was unbearable. As we clung to each other in the darkness, I tried to memorize the feeling of his arms around me, knowing it might be the last time we embraced. Outside, Jennifer Wilson's methodical movements continued, her footsteps marking the boundaries of our new prison. The hollow ground had claimed another keeper, and neither of us could guess how many years would pass before it would release him from service. Dawn arrived with sullen reluctance, gray light filtering through the cabin's broken windows. We had slept in fitful bursts, constantly startled awake by sounds from the surrounding forest, branches snapping, earth shifting, and once, a chorus of whispers that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. Jennifer Wilson was waiting outside when we emerged, standing motionless beside her final excavation. The metal box lay open at her feet, the stone now resting in her palm. She looked different in the morning light, more substantial somehow, as though proximity to release was restoring her physical presence. "It's time," she said simply. My husband squeezed my hand, his face set in the expression I recognized from our most difficult moments, jaw tight, eyes focused, emotions contained behind a wall of necessary resolve. "I need to know the rules," he said to Wilson. "What exactly is required of me? How do I maintain the containment?" She nodded approvingly, recognizing the acceptance in his questions. "You must check each anchor daily. There are 37 points forming the boundary. You will know them by the markers and by what you feel when you approach. Some require more frequent attention than others. You will learn which ones." "And if I find something wrong?" he asked. "If an anchor is disturbed, replace it, reinforce it. The hollow ground will guide you to suitable replacements when needed." She held out the stone from the box. "This is the master key. It opens awareness to what lies beneath. Carry it with you always." My husband hesitated before accepting the stone, understanding that taking it represented final commitment to his role. When his fingers closed around it, I saw him flinch, his face momentarily contorting with pain or revelation. "You feel it now," Wilson observed. "The true nature of what we guard." He nodded slowly, his eyes unfocused, as though perceiving something beyond normal vision. "It's vast, ancient, hungry. Yes." The single word contained 50 years of burden. I could bear the separation no longer, pulling my husband into a desperate embrace. "I'll come back," I promised fiercely. "Whatever it takes, I'll find a way to free you." His arms tightened around me. "Be careful. This place won't let go easily. It might try to bring you back before you can find help." Wilson watched our farewell with the detached interest of someone who had forgotten the intensity of human connection. When we finally separated, she approached me, holding out a small leather pouch worn smooth by decades of handling. "Take this beyond the boundary," she instructed. "It will help you maintain direction once you pass the confusion zone. 7 miles south, you'll find the main trail again." I accepted the pouch, feeling something hard and angular within. "What is it?" "A counter-anchor. It disrupts the hollow ground's influence just enough to allow passage, for one person only, and only because another has taken your place." The finality of the arrangement pressed down on me with renewed force. My husband was truly trapped here unless I could discover some intervention, some power greater than the ancient system that had claimed so many before him. Wilson turned to him, her posture straightening as the burden of guardianship visibly transferred. When she crosses the boundary, I can leave. The hollow ground releases me. You will feel the full weight of responsibility then." He nodded grimly, the stone clutched tightly in his hand. I noticed his fingers were already stained with soil, as though the earth itself was claiming him. Our final goodbye was brief. Anything more would have shattered my resolve to leave. With the pouch secured in my pocket and the few supplies we could spare from his needs, I started southward, as Wilson had directed. My husband stood watching, already looking like a stranger, his expression haunted by whatever awareness the stone had granted him. The journey through what Wilson had called the confusion zone was nightmarish. The forest seemed to actively resist my passage, trails vanishing mid-step, landmarks shifting when I looked away, sounds disorienting me with false directions. Without the counter-anchor, I would have certainly been turned around, led back to the hollow ground in endless circles. Even with its protection, my progress was agonizingly slow. The 7 miles Wilson had described stretched into what felt like 20, each step requiring conscious effort against the forest's opposition. Twice I found myself walking north, despite my certainty I was heading south, forced to stop and reorient using the strange pull of the counter-anchor. The transition, when it finally came, was sudden and profound. One moment I was fighting through dense underbrush, the forest actively hostile to my movement. The next, I emerged onto a wide, well-maintained trail with clear blazes marking the route to the ranger station. The air itself felt different, lighter, free from the oppressive weight that had accompanied us since our first night in the hollow ground. I nearly collapsed with the realization that I had broken free, that Wilson's guidance had proven true. But the relief was tainted by the knowledge that my husband remained behind, now bearing the full burden of guardianship. Whatever brief triumph I felt at my escape was overshadowed by the monumental task ahead, finding a way to free him from a prison that had held its keepers for unknowable generations. As I started down the trail toward help, I felt a presence behind me, not threatening but observing. Turning, I glimpsed Jennifer Wilson standing at the forest edge, her figure already growing transparent in the afternoon light. She raised one hand in acknowledgement, or perhaps warning, then turned and walked into the trees, her form dissolving with each step until nothing remained. Her 50 years of service were ended. My husband's had just begun, and my desperate race to find a solution before he too became an empty-eyed guardian of the hollow ground was now the only purpose that mattered. 3 months have passed since I emerged from Pinehaven Forest. 3 months of frantic research, of pleading with authorities, of assembling a team willing to believe my account of what transpired in those woods. 3 months of nightmares in which I see my husband transformed into the hollow-eyed specter Jennifer Wilson had become. The initial search parties found nothing. No cabin, no circular clearing with stone markers, no sign of my husband. The coordinates I provided led only to unremarkable stretches of forest, indistinguishable from the thousands of acres surrounding them. Rangers politely suggested that trauma had confused my recollections, that grief was causing me to create elaborate explanations for a simpler tragedy. My husband had been lost to an accident or animal attack. I might have eventually accepted their explanations if not for 2 inexplicable facts. First, the counter-anchor Wilson had given me. A small stone tablet covered with symbols matching those I'd seen on the boundary markers, which no archaeologist could identify despite extensive analysis. Second, the dreams that began exactly 1 month after my escape. In these dreams, I see through my husband's eyes as he makes his rounds of the anchor points. I feel his exhaustion, his growing understanding of the containment system, his desperate attempts to maintain hope that I will return with help. Most disturbing are the glimpses of what lies beneath the anchors, fragments of an entity so vast and alien that my waking mind cannot retain its true nature. The dreams are how I know he's still alive, still fighting to maintain his humanity, even as the hollow ground reshapes him into its dedicated guardian. They're also how I've gathered the information needed for the rescue attempt we're planning. It took weeks to find people willing to believe me. A folklorist specializing in liminal spaces, an experimental physicist interested in spatial anomalies, a spiritual practitioner whose tradition has ancient warnings about thin places in the forest. Together, we've pieced together a theory about the hollow ground and how it might be neutralized, at least long enough to extract my husband. Tomorrow we enter Pine Haven Forest again, armed with counter-anchors created using the original as a template and a ritual the folklorist believes will temporarily strengthen the boundaries without a human guardian. Our plan depends on precise timing and location, entering during what my dreams have revealed to be a rotation, when the anchors are naturally at their strongest. I have no illusions about our chances. The hollow ground has maintained its prison for centuries, possibly millennia, adapting to every attempt at circumvention. Jennifer Wilson's escape was permitted only because replacement guardians were provided. What we attempt is unprecedented, a direct challenge to the system itself. As I make final preparations, checking equipment and reviewing our strategy, I'm haunted by the last image from last night's dream. My husband standing at the cabin window, staring into the forest with eyes that have begun to develop the same empty sheen I saw in Wilson's. His fingers continuously sifting soil, even when no hole needs tending. His body growing thinner, more angular, as though the hollow ground is gradually replacing his substance with its own essence. Time is running out. If we fail tomorrow, or if I've misinterpreted the patterns revealed in my dreams, he will be lost completely. Another nameless guardian maintaining the boundaries of a prison whose inmate we can barely comprehend. But if we succeed, if our counter-anchors hold, and the ritual creates even a temporary weakening of the hollow ground's influence, we might break a cycle that has claimed countless lives before ours. We might free not only my husband, but the land itself from an ancient burden. The ranger station has issued warnings about our expedition, concerned by our unorthodox equipment and vague explanation of our purposes. They cannot understand that conventional search and rescue methods are useless against the hollow ground's defenses. Only by accepting the reality of what exists in that forest, the thin places, the doors that should remain closed, can we hope to navigate its distortions. As night falls on what might be my last evening of freedom, I find myself standing at my window, staring into the darkness beyond. Somewhere out there, my husband performs his nightly rounds, checking anchors that hold back something beyond human comprehension. The distance between us is both vast and paper-thin, a boundary that exists not in physical space but in the fabric of reality itself. Tomorrow, I will attempt to cross that boundary once more, to reclaim what the hollow ground has taken. If I fail, I can only hope that someday, years or decades from now, another will stumble upon that circular clearing and recognize the truth behind the hollow eyes of its guardian. That they will understand what lies beneath the innocent-seeming objects buried in those precisely placed holes. That they will remember this account and know that some prisons require neither walls nor bars to hold their captives, only the steady erosion of hope and the gradual transformation of jailer into prisoner. May God grant us strength for what comes next. The hollow ground has had its keepers for long enough. The gravel crunched under my tires as I pulled into Ridgeview Campground just before sunset on that October evening in 2019. At 34, I'd been working these mountains for over a decade, and I knew the rhythm of this place like my own heartbeat. Tonight felt different, though. Wrong. The usual tranquil atmosphere that settled over the grounds at dusk had been shattered by the thunderous bass of speakers and the raucous laughter of young men who clearly had no understanding of where they were. I counted at least 8 tents clustered around a fire that blazed dangerously high, its flames licking toward the low-hanging branches above. The group of college-aged men, probably early 20s, were drunk and getting louder by the minute. Beer cans littered the ground around their chairs, and someone had apparently thought it was a good idea to bring a portable sound system into one of the most pristine wilderness areas in the state. What made my stomach twist wasn't just their disrespect for other campers. I could see families huddled in their tents nearby, children's faces pressed against mesh windows, wide with fear at the aggressive shouting and profanity that cut through the evening air. An elderly couple sat rigidly at their picnic table, the woman clutching her husband's arm every time one of the young men let out a particularly loud whoop or curse. But it was more than disturbed peace that had me worried. These mountains held dangers that city boys like these couldn't begin to comprehend. The local cougar population had been increasingly active this season, pushed down from higher elevations by an early snowfall. Just last week, we'd found fresh kills less than half a mile from this very spot. Deer carcasses with the telltale puncture wounds around the throat, the meat methodically stripped away by powerful jaws. I parked my ranger vehicle at a distance and approached their camp, my boots silent on the pine needle carpet. The smell hit me first, not just beer and charcoal, but something else. Something that made every instinct I'd developed in these woods scream danger. It was the scent of blood, metallic and fresh, mixed with the sweet stench of decay. I realized they'd left food scattered around their campsite, opened packages of raw hamburger meat, chicken left out on paper plates, even what looked like fish guts from an earlier catch. "Evening," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady despite the growing dread in my chest. The music stopped abruptly, and 8 pairs of bloodshot eyes turned toward me. "I'm Ranger Davis. We've had some complaints about the noise level." The apparent leader of the group, a heavy-set kid with a backwards baseball cap, stood up unsteadily. "Complaints? We're just having fun, man. It's not even that late." "It's not about the time," I replied, stepping closer. The fire's light cast dancing shadows across their faces, making their grins look skeletal in the flickering orange glow. "It's about what you're attracting." I gestured toward the scattered food, the blood-soaked paper plates, the general chaos of their camp. "You've basically laid out a buffet for every predator within miles. The smell carries for kilometers up here." One of them laughed, a sound that made my skin crawl. "Predators? What, like bears?" "Mountain lions," I said flatly. "We call them ghost cats around here. They're silent stalkers. You won't hear them coming, won't see them until they're close enough to touch. And right now, you've sent out an invitation." The laughter died. I had their attention now, but I could see the skepticism in their faces. These were kids who'd grown up in suburbs, whose biggest wildlife encounter had probably been a raccoon in a garbage can. They had no concept of what lived in these ancient woods, what hunted in the spaces between the trees. "Look," said another one, this one tall and lanky with a patchy beard. "We appreciate the warning, but we're not exactly helpless here. We've got a fire going, plenty of people around. Animals stay away from stuff like that, right?" I felt my jaw clench. Fire and people meant nothing to a hungry cougar. If anything, the combination of light, noise, and the overwhelming scent of meat would draw them in. But I could see I was wasting my breath trying to explain the reality of predator behavior to kids who thought nature was something you watched on National Geographic. "Just keep it down," I said finally, "and clean up that food. Don't wander off alone, especially not to relieve yourselves. If you hear anything moving around your tents tonight, stay inside and stay quiet." As I walked back toward my vehicle, I heard one of them mutter, "What a buzzkill," followed by snickers from the others. Within minutes, the music was back up. Not quite as loud, but still echoing off the canyon walls like a dinner bell for everything dangerous in these mountains. Back at the ranger station, I found my partner, Danny Rodriguez, sorting through incident reports from the past week. Danny had 20 years on these mountains compared to my 10, and his weathered face showed every season he'd spent dealing with both nature and the people who didn't respect it. "Let me guess," he said without looking up. "College kids who think they're camping in their backyard?" "Worse," I replied, slumping into my chair. "They've got meat scattered everywhere, loud music, and zero respect for anything I told them about mountain lion activity." Danny's pen stopped moving. He looked up at me with those sharp brown eyes that had seen too much over the years. "How many?" "8 of them. All drunk, all convinced they know better than the guy who's been working these trails since before they could tie their shoes." "Jesus," Danny muttered, then caught himself. "I mean, God help us all." He set down his pen and leaned back in his chair. "You know what happened last month over at Blackstone Creek, right?" I shook my head, though something in his tone made my stomach tighten. Group of hikers, similar age, similar attitude, found them 3 days later. Well, found most of them. Danny's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "Ranger said it looked like they'd tried to run, but you can't outrun a cat that's decided your prey. The campsite was destroyed, tents shredded, gear scattered for hundreds of yards. And the blood?" He trailed off, but I could see in his expression that the details were worse than he was willing to share. The thing is, we think it started as a bluff charge. Cougar probably just wanted to investigate the scent of food, maybe grab a meal and go. But when people panic, when they run or scream or make sudden movements, that's when a curious cat becomes a killer. I thought about the group I'd just left, about their drunken laughter and casual dismissal of every warning I'd given them. So what do? I can't force them to leave. Danny was quiet for a long moment, staring out the window toward the campground where distant music still drifted through the trees. You know, he said slowly, sometimes people need to learn respect the hard way. Sometimes they need to understand that nature isn't something you can just ignore or dismiss. What are you suggesting? He stood up and walked to one of the storage closets, pulling out a key ring that jangled softly in the quiet station. Remember that old cougar pelt from the educational program? The one that gives everyone the creeps? I nodded. The thing had been in storage for years, a massive male that had been hit by a car decades ago and preserved for wildlife education. Even mounted and lifeless, it retained an aura of menace that made visitors uncomfortable. The taxidermist had done too good a job. The glass eyes seemed to track movement, and the snarl was frozen in an expression of pure predatory rage. And we've got those night vision goggles from the new equipment budget, Danny continued. Perfect visibility in the dark, completely silent operation. A slow understanding began to dawn on me. You're talking about scaring them. I'm talking about education, Danny corrected. About teaching them what it means to respect the wilderness. About showing them that their arrogance could get them killed. He pulled the pelt from the closet, and even in the fluorescent lighting of the station it was unsettling. The fur still held that wild scent, that predator musk that triggered something primitive in the human brain. When Danny positioned it upright, supporting it with a makeshift frame, it looked disturbingly alive. We set up some fake tracks around their camp, he explained. Use this guy to create a silhouette in their headlight beams, maybe play some recorded calls. Give them a taste of what they'd face if a real cat decided to investigate their little party. I stared at the pelt, at those glass eyes that seemed to be evaluating me as potential prey. And if they panic? If someone gets hurt running in the dark? Then they learn that actions have consequences, Danny said grimly. Better a twisted ankle from us than what happened at Blackstone Creek. The sun had completely disappeared behind the mountain ridge by the time we finished our preparations. The temperature had dropped at least 15 degrees, and our breath formed small clouds in the crisp air as we loaded our equipment into the back of Danny's Jeep. The night vision goggles sat in their case like mechanical eyes waiting to grant us supernatural sight, while the cougar pelt lay folded nearby, its dead weight somehow more unsettling than if it had been alive. We'd spent the last hour planning our approach with the precision of a military operation. Danny had found recordings of actual mountain lion vocalizations, not the Hollywood roars that most people expected, but the real sounds, the low, thrumming calls that carried for miles, the chittering contact calls, and most chilling of all, the scream-like mating calls that could freeze blood in human veins. The key, Danny explained as he tested the portable speaker system, is to make them believe they're surrounded. Cats are ambush predators. They don't just charge in from one direction. They circle, they evaluate, they wait for the perfect moment. I nodded, though part of me wondered if we were crossing a line we shouldn't cross. These were still people, however foolish, and we were about to deliberately terrorize them. But then I remembered the scattered meat at their campsite, the dismissive laughter when I'd warned them about real dangers, and I thought about the Blackstone Creek incident that Danny had described. How do we know there isn't a real cougar in the area? I asked. What if our fake hunt draws in something genuine? Danny paused in his equipment check. That's the thing about this job. There's always that possibility. But I'd rather have that happen while we're prepared and watching than leave those idiots to stumble into it blind drunk at 2 a.m. We drove toward the campground with our headlights off, navigating by moonlight and memory along the winding access road. The music was still audible from a quarter-mile away, a rhythmic thumping that seemed to pulse against the mountain silence, like a diseased heartbeat. As we drew closer, I could make out individual voices raised in drunken argument about something trivial. Sports, probably, or girls. We parked well outside the range of their firelight and began our approach on foot. Danny carried the speaker system while I hauled the mounted pelt and a bag of tools for creating fake tracks. The forest around us was alive with small sounds. The rustle of nocturnal creatures moving through the underbrush, the distant hoot of an owl, the soft whisper of wind through pine needles. But underneath it all was something else, a quality of attention that made the hair on my arm stand up. "You feel that?" I whispered to Danny as we crept through the trees. "Feel what?" "Like we're being watched." Danny stopped and slowly scanned the darkness around us. After a moment, he shook his head. "Just nerves. This whole setup has you spooked." But I wasn't convinced. There was a weight to the silence, a sense of presence that I'd learned to trust during my years in these mountains. Predators had a way of changing the atmosphere around them, of making prey animals go quiet and still. And right now, the forest felt exactly like that, hushed and waiting. We reached the edge of the campground and crouched behind a fallen log to observe the scene. The college group had grown louder and more chaotic in the hours since I'd visited them. Someone had added more wood to the fire, sending sparks high into the air where they danced among the tree branches. Empty beer cans formed small pyramids around their chairs, and the scattered food had attracted insects that buzzed in clouds around the dying meat. "Perfect," Danny whispered. "They're so drunk they won't know what hit them." I wasn't so sure. There was something off about their behavior, something beyond simple intoxication. They kept glancing toward the tree line, and their laughter had a forced quality that suggested nerves. Maybe my earlier warning had gotten through to them more than I'd thought. "Look at the one by the fire," I murmured. The heavy-set kid who'd been their spokesman earlier was standing with his back to the flames, staring out into the darkness with an expression I couldn't quite read. Every few seconds, he'd turn his head slightly, as if tracking some sound or movement the rest of us couldn't detect. "He's scared," Danny observed. "Good. That means your speech worked better than you thought." But watching the kid's body language, I wasn't sure fear was the right word. He looked alert, focused, like someone who'd suddenly realized he was in unfamiliar territory and needed to pay attention. It was the expression of a prey animal that had caught the scent of a predator. We spent 20 minutes circling the campsite using a metal stamp Danny had fashioned to create realistic cougar tracks in the soft earth around their tents. The prints were massive, easily 4 inches across with clear claw marks extending beyond the pads. In the morning light, they would be unmistakable evidence that something large and dangerous had been prowling just feet from where these kids slept. The work was nerve-wracking. Every snap of a twig under our feet, every rustle of fabric as we moved, seemed amplified in the mountain silence. The college group's fire had died down somewhat, and their voices had dropped to more subdued levels, though whether from exhaustion or growing unease, I couldn't tell. "Okay," Danny whispered when we'd completed our circuit. "Time for the main event." We positioned ourselves on opposite sides of the camp, about 50 yards out in the tree line. Danny had the speaker system and would handle the audio portion of our performance, while I controlled the visual effects, the mounted pelt that would appear in their headlight beams like a living nightmare. The first sound Danny played was subtle, a low, rumbling call that seemed to emanate from the forest itself. It was the kind of noise that bypassed conscious thought and went straight to the primitive part of the brain that remembered when humans were prey. Even knowing it was fake, I felt my pulse quicken and my grip tighten on the pelt's support frame. The effect on the camping group was immediate. Conversation stopped mid-sentence. Someone kicked dirt over the fire, reducing the light and throwing most of their sight into shadow. I heard the metallic scrape of a chair being moved, followed by a whispered, "What the hell was that?" "Probably just wind," came the reply, but the voice lacked conviction. Danny waited a full minute before playing the second call, this one closer and more aggressive. It was the sound a cougar made when investigating potential prey, a mixture of curiosity and threat that every prey species had learned to fear over millions of years of evolution. This time, there was no mistaking the group's reaction. Tent zippers opened and closed rapidly as people ducked inside for flashlights and whatever weapons they might have brought. The beam of a powerful LED light swept across the trees, passing just over my hiding spot. "There!" someone shouted. "I saw eyes." "Where?" "Over by that big pine." I was nowhere near the big pine they were indicating, but Danny had positioned a small reflector in the branches that would catch and return any light directed toward it. The effect would be exactly like the eyeshine of a large predator watching them from the darkness. "Jesus, how big is that thing?" one of them whispered, and I could hear genuine terror in his voice now. "Big enough," came the reply. "Shut up and stay still." Danny's third call was the piece de resistance, a female cougar's mating scream played at full volume. The sound was indescribable, like a woman being murdered mixed with the shriek of tearing metal. It echoed off the canyon walls and seemed to come from everywhere at once. A wall of predatory sound that made my own skin crawl, despite knowing its source. The camping group's panic was immediate and total. Flashlight beams swept wildly through the trees as voices rose in fear and confusion. Someone was crying, whether from terror or alcohol or both, I couldn't tell. "It's circling us," one of them said, his voice cracking. "Listen, it's moving around." And that's when I realized something was wrong. The kid was right. There was movement in the forest, but it wasn't Danny. I could see my partner's position clearly through the night vision goggles, and he was stationary behind his tree, nowhere near where the flashlight beams were tracking. Something else was out there. Something real. My hands trembled as I adjusted the night vision goggles, scanning the tree line for whatever had caught the camper's attention. The electronic green glow of the enhanced vision revealed the forest in stark detail. Every branch, every shadow, every movement of wind-blown leaves. But there, at the edge of my peripheral vision, I caught a flicker of something that made my blood freeze. A shape moved between the trees with fluid grace, too large to be a deer, too purposeful to be anything innocent. For just a moment, it paused in a shaft of moonlight, and I saw the unmistakable silhouette of a large cat. Not our mounted pelt. Something alive, breathing, hunting. I fumbled for my radio, trying to signal Danny without making noise that would alert either the campers or the genuine predator now stalking through the darkness. But before I could make contact, the situation spiraled beyond anyone's control. The heavy-set camper, the one who'd been their leader, had grabbed what looked like a baseball bat and was backing toward the fire, his eyes wild with panic. "I can see it moving," he whispered to his friends. "Right there, behind that deadfall." He was pointing directly toward Danny's position. "Nobody panic," another voice said, trying to maintain calm. "Just back toward the tent slowly. Don't run." Good advice, if they'd been dealing with our staged encounter. Terrible advice when a real cougar was evaluating them as potential prey. I'd seen enough behavioral studies to know that a mountain lion's hunting instinct was triggered by specific movements and sounds. Running could provoke an attack, but so could the kind of aggressive posturing the camper with the bat was displaying. Danny's voice crackled through my radio, barely audible. "Something's wrong. There's movement on the east side that isn't us." "I know," I whispered back. "Real cat. Southeast of your position, maybe 40 yards. The silence that followed lasted only seconds, but it felt like hours. Then Danny's voice came back, tight with controlled fear. "I see it. Full-grown male, 160 pounds minimum. He's focused on the campers." Through my night vision, I watched the massive cat move with predatory precision, using the terrain and vegetation to mask his approach. His attention was fixed entirely on the group around the fire, and I realized with growing horror that our fake hunt had drawn in something genuinely dangerous. The recorded cougar calls we'd been playing had served as a territorial challenge to any real cats in the area. We'd essentially announced the presence of a rival predator, and this male had come to investigate. Finding instead a group of vulnerable humans surrounded by the scent of fresh meat, his hunting instincts had taken over. "We have to do something," I radioed to Danny. "Like what? If we reveal ourselves now, we could trigger an attack. If we stay hidden, those kids are on their own." The camper with the bat took another step backward, and I saw the cat's muscles tense in response. Everything about his posture screamed predator preparing to strike. His tail twitched once, twice, and I knew we were seconds away from catastrophe. That's when I made a decision that probably saved lives and definitely ended my career. I stepped out of the tree line with our mounted pelt held high above my head, shouting at the top of my lungs, "Get to your vehicles now! Everyone move!" The effect was electric. The campers spun toward my voice, their flashlight beams illuminating the massive fake cougar I was holding. But more importantly, my sudden appearance and shouting had startled the real cat, breaking his focused attention on potential prey. For a moment that felt like eternity, The genuine mountain lion was visible at the edge of the flashlight beams, a massive shadow with gleaming eyes that reflected the artificial light like golden mirrors. Then he melted back into the forest with the fluid grace that had earned his species the name Ghost Cat. The campers needed no further encouragement. They abandoned their equipment and ran for their vehicles with the kind of desperate speed that only mortal terror can produce. Tent stakes were left behind, sleeping bags forgotten, coolers and chairs scattered as they fled toward the parking area. Danny emerged from his hiding spot, and together we watched the taillights of 3 vehicles disappear down the mountain road at speeds that probably violated every traffic law in the state. "Well," Danny said after the dust had settled, "that's one way to clear a campground." The silence that followed the campers' frantic departure was deafening. Without their music and shouting, the mountain night reclaimed its natural quiet, broken only by the distant call of an owl and the whisper of wind through pine needles. But the peace felt fragile, like the moment of calm before a storm breaks. Danny and I stood in the abandoned campsite, our flashlights illuminating the chaos left behind. Tents had been abandoned mid-collapse, sleeping bags dragged halfway out of doorways and then dropped. Food containers lay open and spilled, creating an even stronger scent trail that would attract scavengers from miles around. Beer cans rolled in the slight breeze, making soft metallic sounds that seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet. "Look at this mess," Danny muttered, kicking at a scattered bag of trail mix. They didn't just leave, they fled like their lives depended on it. Which, I realized with a chill, they probably had. The mountain lion I'd seen wasn't just any cat. It had been a mature male in peak condition, the kind of apex predator that could take down a full-grown deer without effort. Humans, especially intoxicated ones, would have presented no challenge at all. "We need to report this," I said, though I dreaded the conversation with our supervisor. "How do you explain that a routine noise complaint had escalated into a staged predator encounter that then attracted a real predator?" "Report what exactly?" Danny asked. "That we used government equipment to terrorize civilians, that we pretended to be wildlife to scare people off public land." He had a point. What we'd done was far outside the bounds of our authority, regardless of our intentions. But the alternative, letting those kids continue their drunken party until a real cougar decided to investigate, could have ended in genuine tragedy. As we began the grim task of securing the abandoned campsite, I noticed something that made my stomach clench with fresh dread. The fake cougar tracks we'd planted around the tents were now intersected by real ones. The genuine cat had investigated every spot we'd marked, probably following the scent trails from our boots and equipment. "Danny," I called, my voice tight, "come look at this." He approached with his flashlight, and I pointed to the overlapping tracks. The real paw prints were slightly smaller than our fake ones, but unmistakably genuine. You could see where the cat's weight had compressed the earth differently, where his claws had left scratches that looked nothing like our metal stamp marks. "He was here," Danny said quietly. "After they left, he came right into the camp." We followed the trail of prints, and what we found made both of us reach instinctively for the bear spray on our belts. The mountain lion had methodically investigated every tent, every abandoned piece of equipment, every scrap of food. His tracks circled the dead fire pit 3 times, as if he'd been trying to understand what had happened here. But it was the final set of tracks that truly terrified me. They led straight to where I'd been hiding during our fake encounter, stopping exactly at the spot where I'd crouched with the mounted pelt. The cat had smelled my presence there, had probably been watching me watch the campers. "How long do you think he was out there?" I asked. Danny studied the tracks with the focused attention of someone who'd spent decades reading sign. "Based on the depth and clarity, I'd say he arrived right around the time we started playing the recorded calls. Our fake territory challenge brought him in to investigate. So he was watching the whole time, watching and evaluating, trying to figure out why he could hear a cougar but couldn't scent one. When he realized the calls were fake, he started focusing on the real prey, those kids around the fire." We finished securing the campsite in grim silence, packing away the abandoned gear and cleaning up the scattered food that would have attracted every predator in the area. By the time we were done, my watch showed nearly 3 in the morning. The mountain air had turned bitter cold, and our breath came in visible puffs as we loaded the last of the equipment into Danny's Jeep. But even as we prepared to leave, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were still being watched. The sensation was so strong that I found myself constantly checking the tree line, expecting to see those golden eyes reflecting our flashlight beams. "He's still out there, isn't he?" I asked as we climbed into the vehicle. Danny didn't answer immediately. He started the engine and began the slow drive back to the ranger station, but I could see him checking his mirrors every few seconds. "Probably," he said finally. "Cats are curious. He'll want to understand what happened here tonight, what drove away his potential prey. Could take him days to lose interest in this area." Which meant that any future campers who chose this spot would be walking into potential danger. The cat had now associated this campground with easy human prey, and that was a connection that could prove deadly. The ranger station felt like a sanctuary after the tension of the abandoned campsite, but the fluorescent lights couldn't chase away the shadows that seemed to follow us inside. Danny and I sat in uncomfortable silence, each lost in our own thoughts about what had transpired. The mounted cougar pelt lay on the desk between us, its glass eyes reflecting the overhead lighting in a way that made it appear almost alive again. "We crossed a line tonight," I said finally, voicing what we both knew. Danny nodded slowly. "Question is, did we cross it to prevent something worse, or did we create something worse?" It was a fair question. Our staged encounter had succeeded in driving away the disruptive campers, but it had also attracted a genuine predator to an area frequented by families and inexperienced outdoor enthusiasts. We'd solved one problem by creating a potentially deadlier one. "I keep thinking about those tracks," I continued. "How close he got to their tents. If we hadn't intervened when we did." "But we did intervene," Danny interrupted, "and everyone went home alive. Sometimes that's the best you can hope for in this job." I understood his logic, but it didn't ease the growing weight of responsibility I felt. As rangers, we were supposed to protect both the wilderness and the people who visited it. Tonight, we'd manipulated both in ways that could have had catastrophic consequences. My radio crackled to life, startling us both. The night dispatcher's voice came through clearly. "Unit 7, we have a report of a mountain lion sighting on Highway 12 about 3 miles south of your location. Multiple witnesses report a large cat crossing the road. Be advised that Fish and Wildlife is requesting increased patrols in that area." Danny and I exchanged glances. Highway 12 ran directly away from our campground, following the valley floor toward the nearest town. If the cat was moving in that direction, it could only mean one thing. He was expanding his territory, possibly following the scent trail left by the fleeing campers. "Unit 7 responding," I radioed back. "What's the description of the animal?" "Adult male, estimated weight 150–170 pounds, dark coloration with lighter markings. One witness described it as the largest mountain lion he'd ever seen." The description matched perfectly with what we'd observed. Our ghost cat wasn't content to remain in the high country. He was moving toward civilization, and that made him infinitely more dangerous. "We have to track him," I said to Danny. "If he's heading for populated areas." "With what authority?" Danny countered. "We're park rangers, not wildlife biologists. Fish and Wildlife handles predator tracking. Fish and Wildlife doesn't know what we know. They don't understand that this cat has already associated humans with easy prey. They'll treat this as a routine sighting instead of a potential stalking situation." Danny was quiet for a long moment, staring at the radio as if it might provide answers. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of someone who'd seen too much over too many years. "There's something I didn't tell you about the Blackstone Creek incident," he said. "The reason those hikers were never found until it was too late. Fish and Wildlife spent 3 days tracking the wrong cat. They followed sign from a female with cubs, while the killer, a lone male just like ours, continued hunting in a completely different area. The implications of his words hit me like a physical blow. You think our cat could be the same one? I think predators don't forget successful hunting grounds, and I think a cat that's killed humans before won't hesitate to do it again." Outside the station windows, the mountain darkness pressed against the glass like something alive and hostile. Somewhere out there, a predator was moving through the night with deadly purpose, following scent trails and instincts that had been honed by millions of years of evolution. "So what do?" I asked. Danny stood and walked to the equipment locker, pulling out his service rifle and a box of ammunition. "We do our job. We protect the people in our territory, even if it means bending a few rules." And if we're wrong? If he's just passing through and we're overreacting? Then tomorrow we'll be rangers who worried too much instead of rangers who didn't worry enough. He chambered around with a metallic click that seemed to echo off the station walls. I know which one I'd rather be. I understood his reasoning, but watching him prepare for what amounted to a hunt made the reality of our situation sink in. We weren't dealing with a simple wildlife management issue anymore. This had become a matter of life and death, with a predator who'd already shown he was willing to stalk human prey. My radio crackled again. All units, be advised we have a reported break-in at a residence on Pine Valley Road. Homeowner reports that something large tried to force entry through a sliding glass door. Multiple paw prints found on the deck. Pine Valley Road was less than 5 miles from the campground, in the direction the cat had been traveling. The pieces were falling into place with terrifying clarity. The drive to Pine Valley Road took us through winding mountain curves that seemed to twist deeper into darkness with every mile. Our headlights carved a narrow tunnel through the night, illuminating nothing but empty asphalt and the pressing walls of forest on either side. Danny rode beside me in tense silence, his rifle resting across his lap, both of us hyper-aware that we were heading toward a confrontation none of our training had prepared us for. The house sat at the end of a long gravel driveway, its porch lights creating a small island of safety in the surrounding wilderness. Sheriff's deputies had already arrived, their patrol cars parked at angles that suggested hasty positioning. I could see the homeowner, a middle-aged woman, standing on her front porch talking animatedly to one of the officers. As we approached, the details of what had happened became clear. The sliding glass door that led from the kitchen to the back deck had been damaged, not broken, but scratched and dented, as if something had been trying to force its way inside. Large paw prints in the flower bed below showed where the cat had stood on his hind legs to investigate the glass, probably attracted by cooking smells from the evening meal. Started about an hour ago, the homeowner told us, her voice shaking despite her obvious attempts to remain calm. I was washing dishes when I heard this scratching sound, thought it was a tree branch against the house until I turned around and saw those eyes staring at me through the glass. She pointed toward the damaged door, and I could see the scratches clearly. Deep gouges in the metal frame where powerful claws had attempted to find purchase. The glass itself showed stress fractures from the pressure that had been applied. How long did it stay? Danny asked. Maybe 10 minutes. Just standing there, watching me. When I moved, it moved. When I backed away from the window, it started trying to get in. One of the deputies, a young man who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else, gestured toward the tree line behind the house. We found a blood trail leading into the woods. Looks like it made a kill back there, maybe a deer. There's enough blood to suggest something big. Danny and I exchanged glances. A cat that had just fed shouldn't have been investigating human dwellings unless it was developing a specific interest in human prey that went beyond mere opportunism. Ma'am, I said to the homeowner, do you have somewhere else you can stay tonight? Maybe family in town? You think it'll come back? Mountain lions are territorial. If this is part of his range now, he might consider your house a landmark. It's better to be safe. As the woman gathered essential items for an overnight stay elsewhere, Danny and I examined the scene more thoroughly. The paw prints told a story that made my stomach clench with dread. The cat had approached the house from multiple angles, circling the building twice before focusing on the sliding door. His behavior showed planning and persistence that suggested this hadn't been a random encounter. Look at this, Danny called from the corner of the deck. I joined him to find scratches in the wooden railing. Fresh gouges where the cat had sharpened his claws. But more disturbing was what lay scattered on the ground below. Torn fabric that looked like it had come from camping gear, and a metal button that I recognized as standard issue for outdoor equipment. He's been following their trail, I realized. From the campground to the road to here, he's tracking the scent of those campers. Which means he's not just hunting randomly. He's got a specific target in mind. The radio on my belt crackled. All units. We have multiple reports of a large animal on Highway 12 near the town limits. Animal appears to be following traffic, staying just inside the tree line. My blood turned cold. The highway led directly to the college town where most of the campers had probably fled. If the cat was indeed tracking their scent trail, he was heading straight for a population center with thousands of potential victims. "We have to stop him," I said. Danny nodded grimly. "Before he reaches town." We left the deputies to secure the scene and headed back toward the highway, driving with desperate urgency through mountain roads that had never seemed so long or twisted. Every minute that passed was another minute for the cat to get closer to populated areas, another chance for him to encounter hikers or joggers or anyone else unfortunate enough to cross his path. The state highway was empty at this hour, but our headlights soon picked up the reflective strips on a fish and wildlife vehicle parked on the shoulder. Two officers in khaki uniforms were examining something on the pavement with flashlights. "Fresh tracks," one of them called as we approached. "Big male moving fast. Crossed here maybe 20 minutes ago, heading northeast." Northeast toward town, toward thousands of people who had no idea that a predator was closing in on their safe, civilized world. "We're going after him," Danny announced, checking his rifle one final time. "Sir, I have to advise against that," the fish and wildlife officer replied. "Protocol is to establish a perimeter and wait for the tracking team. We have tranquilizer equipment arriving within the hour." "We don't have an hour," I said. "This cat has already shown aggressive behavior toward humans. If he reaches the town—" I didn't finish the sentence. We all knew what could happen when a large predator encountered unsuspecting civilians in an urban environment. Danny and I left the officials to their protocols and pushed deeper into the forest, following sign that was becoming easier to read as the cat grew more confident in his pursuit. His tracks showed he was no longer trying to avoid human scent trails. He was actively following them, moving with the focused determination of a predator that had chosen his prey. The forest around us was unnaturally quiet, as if every other living thing had sensed the presence of death moving through the darkness. Our flashlights created dancing circles of visibility in the black spaces between the trees, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were the ones being hunted now. That's when we heard it. A low, rumbling call that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Not the recorded sounds we'd played earlier, but the real thing. The voice of a predator announcing his presence to any rivals foolish enough to challenge him. He was close. Very close. And somewhere ahead in the darkness, moving toward the lights of civilization, was a killer who had learned to associate humans with easy prey. Our hunt was about to become a race against time, with the lives of everyone in the valley hanging in the balance. I went to sleep way later than I'd planned, close to midnight, and all I wanted was a few hours of decent rest. The place I call home isn't what you'd consider welcoming after dark. It's perched on a rugged incline, surrounded by these looming trees that block out most light once the sun goes down. Usually I find it peaceful, but that night something felt off. Around 3 in the morning my eyes flew open. At first I couldn't pin down what had jolted me awake. No loud crash, no rattling window, just this sense that I wasn't alone. My throat felt dry, so I slipped out of bed, trying not to make a sound. The hallway was almost pitch black except for a thin shaft of moonlight slicing across the floor. I could have sworn the whole house was holding secrets I didn't want to uncover. By the time I made it to the kitchen, my nerves were jangling. The faucet squeaked, and the water I gulped down tasted stale, like it had been sitting in the pipes too long. Normally I'd check my phone or listen to some late-night show to calm down, but something told me to stay quiet and keep my senses sharp. When I got back to my room, I eased myself onto the edge of the bed and happened to glance out the window. It took a second for my eyes to adjust, but the moon was bright enough to show the outlines of branches stretching at my level, like a haunted walkway suspended in midair. At first, the trees looked empty, just swaying leaves and twisting shapes. But there was a darker form out there that I couldn't explain. It was perched on a thick branch, kind of hunched, yet still taking up a lot of space. That shape was wrong. Too tall, too angular, and definitely watching me. I caught a faint glimmer of red where its eyes should have been, a color that didn't belong in that landscape of silvery moonlight. My pulse pounded in my ears, and I couldn't make sense of what I was looking at. Animal, human, something else entirely. It had this lanky outline, like its limbs stretched out more than they should, and it didn't look the least bit uncomfortable balancing in those branches. I swallowed the lump in my throat and leaned in, trying to convince myself this was just my imagination. But there was no trick of the light here. It was real enough to tighten every muscle in my body. And it was studying me, as though it was used to being the one hidden in the dark, rarely caught off guard. After an agonizing stretch of time that might have only been 10 or 15 seconds, the figure shifted, cocking its head in a way that screamed curiosity, or worse, recognition. I thought about reaching for my phone, calling someone, anyone, but I couldn't bring myself to move. A sick kind of fascination rooted me to the spot. Just as I started to regain some composure, the creature vanished from the branch with a sudden fluid motion. I leapt off the bed and rushed to the window, half expecting to see it sprawled out below. Instead, I glimpsed it weaving through the undergrowth at an unbelievable speed. The brush shook like something massive was forcing a path downhill, heading deeper into the forest's shadows. Even after it disappeared, I stayed frozen at the window, mentally replaying what I'd seen. I couldn't have made it up. It was too vivid, too unsettling. The rest of the night was just me sitting there, lights on, barely blinking. I knew sleep wasn't happening. My mind wouldn't stop racing through 1,000 questions. Was it coming back? Had it been lurking there before? Would it have just watched me if I hadn't noticed it first? When a faint hint of dawn finally crept over the treetops, I still felt pinned in place by that silent encounter. That moonlit glimpse of something beyond normal logic stuck with me. And the most unnerving part? It seemed to know I was there the whole time, as if this was its territory, and I'd stumbled into something I wasn't meant to see. I barely slept a wink after what happened, so I was awake before dawn, even had a chance to stretch across the sky. The minute the sunlight finally crept in, I forced myself to peel away from the window. My eyes felt gritty, my head hurt, and my nerves were completely shot, but I needed some kind of proof that last night wasn't a hallucination. When I first looked out at the trees bathed in morning light, it almost felt like the forest itself was mocking me, flaunting its newfound serenity. Gone were the eerie moonlit shadows and that terrifying silhouette. Now everything looked ordinary, like any other stretch of woods on a clear day, but I knew better than to let daylight fool me. After gulping down a cup of coffee, I decided to walk around the perimeter of my property. Honestly, I could have used some extra caffeine, or maybe something stronger, but I had to do this while my courage was still high. The sun was surprisingly bright, making me squint as I stepped outside. It's like the world was saying, see, nothing to be scared of. I wasn't buying it. My boots crunched over patchy grass as I made my way toward the tree line, scanning every inch of the ground. Part of me felt ridiculous, like I was on a scavenger hunt for footprints or claw marks. But I needed to see something that would confirm what I'd witnessed. I kept noticing snapped twigs, flattened areas in the brush, and places where the pine needles seemed disturbed. Could have been deer. Could have been anything, really. Yet each irregularity made my stomach clench, conjuring images of last night's creature trampling its way through. I ventured deeper into the woods, following what looked like a faint trail. The morning birds had fallen strangely quiet, and that silence heightened my awareness of every snap and rustle underfoot. About 50 yards in, I spotted something that made me stop dead in my tracks. 3 deep gouges carved into the bark of an old oak tree. They were too deliberate to be natural, running parallel to each other at about my eye level. Fresh, too, with sap still oozing from the cuts. My fingertips traced the marks, finding them deeper than I expected. Whatever made these had to be strong, with something sharp enough to slice through thick bark with precision. A hunter's knife? Some kind of tool? But why here, and why in that specific pattern? The marks reminded me of territorial signs, like animals make to warn others away. The thought made my mouth go dry. When I finally got back inside, I realized my hands were shaking, not from the chill in the air, but from the memory of those glowing red eyes and now these unexplained markings. I grabbed the nearest notebook and scrawled down every detail. How tall it seemed, that hunched posture, the incredible speed at which it bolted into the undergrowth, the strange claw marks on the tree. My writing was uneven, and ink bled in places where I pressed the pen too hard. Reliving the memory turned my nerves raw all over again. I spent the next hour or two crouched in front of my laptop, diving deep into the darkest corners of cryptid forums. I read about everything from wilderness stalkers to unclassified forest dwellers. None of these descriptions matched exactly what I'd seen, though. I clicked through post after post, scanning for any mention of elongated limbs and glowing eyes perched at tree level. My head started spinning with folklore I'd never heard of, each more bizarre than the last. There was so much nonsense out there, but also just enough plausible detail to keep my paranoia on a steady burn. By early afternoon, I was so anxious that every small noise made me jump. The hum of the refrigerator was suddenly too loud, the tick of the clock too sharp. I'd whip my head toward the window at the slightest hint of motion, half convinced I'd see that tall shape lurking in the high branches. But nothing was there, just swaying leaves and sunlight dancing through the gaps. It felt like the forest was waiting, watching for me to let my guard down. The worst part was this persistent thought worming its way through my brain. Did that thing really see me? Or was I intruding on its domain? The question nagged at me so much that by late afternoon I caught myself pacing the living room, trying to distract myself with half-hearted chores. No luck. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those red eyes staring back. Before I knew it, the sun was dipping below the horizon. Night fell quickly in these woods, and as the daylight drained, my sense of safety went with it. The house felt less like home, and more like a flimsy shelter against something that should never have been this close in the first place. I left every light on, even the porch light, just to keep the darkness at bay. But 100 bright bulbs wouldn't have driven away that uneasy feeling. The house started groaning and creaking as it usually does at night, but now each little sound threatened to send my heart galloping. I settled in by the window with a flashlight in hand, watching the branches turn into spindly silhouettes under the moonlight. My eyes burned from lack of sleep, yet I didn't dare look away for more than a few seconds. Part of me wanted to spot it again, just to be absolutely sure I wasn't losing my mind. Another part of me dreaded the idea it might already be watching, hidden in the leaves, waiting for the right moment to show itself. The possibility of a repeat encounter had me on edge, and I knew a second sighting would confirm that last night was no weird fluke. The clock edged closer to midnight, and still no sign of anything. But the tension in my chest never let up. Deep down, I felt like I was teetering on the edge of an even darker secret, one that might be lurking just beyond my vision. I must have dozed off despite my best efforts because I jerked awake to complete darkness. The power had gone out. My flashlight lay dead on the floor where it had fallen from my grip. The digital clock on my nightstand was blank. Outside, the forest seemed to press closer to the house, no longer held at bay by the artificial light. I fumbled for my phone, fingers clumsy with dread. The screen illuminated, casting a weak blue glow across the room. 3:17 a.m. Almost the exact same time as last night's encounter. My skin crawled with goosebumps as I directed the phone's light toward the window. The curtains were open just as I'd left them, but something was different. The glass was fogged in patches, as if someone had been breathing on it from outside. I inched closer, heart hammering against my ribs. In the condensation, barely visible until my phone light hit it at the right angle, were finger marks, long, slender streaks dragged downward through the moisture. I stumbled backward, nearly dropping my phone. Someone, or something, had been at my window while I slept. I grabbed my baseball bat from under the bed and pressed my back against the far wall, scanning every corner of the room. The darkness felt suffocating, hiding potential threats in its depths. A faint scratching sound drew my attention back to the window. It was barely audible, like fingernails lightly dragging across the glass. My throat constricted with terror as I watched new fog appear on the window, spreading outward from a central point, as if someone was exhaling against it from the other side. I raised the bat, prepared to swing at anything that might come through. The scratching continued, forming a pattern now, 3 distinct lines drawn vertically down the glass, just like the marks I'd found on the tree. Territorial markings. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking. "I've called the police." The scratching stopped abruptly. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then, a shadow moved across the window. Tall, angular, and unmistakably the same silhouette I'd seen perched in the tree. But this time it was right outside my window, separated from me by nothing but a thin pane of glass. 2 red pinpricks appeared in the darkness, those same eyes, reflecting what little light came from my phone. They were level with mine, meaning whatever stood out there was well over 6 feet tall. It couldn't be a bear or any other forest animal I knew of. I backed away further, gripping the bat so tightly my knuckles turned white. The shape remained perfectly still, watching me, studying me. Then, without warning, it vanished from view. Not gradually, but in an instant. There 1 second, gone the next. The porch light flickered back on moments later as the power returned. I rushed to every door and window in the house, checking locks, pulling curtains closed. By the time I'd finished securing the house, dawn was breaking again. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the trees, I collapsed onto the couch, physically and mentally exhausted. By the time the chapter of night ended, I was left with one unshakable truth. I wasn't alone here. This place, the one I'd called home for so long, no longer felt like it belonged entirely to me. Something else was out there, and it seemed more aware of me than I ever wanted it to be. The third day began with a desperate need for answers. I couldn't live like this, jumping at shadows and losing sleep. After forcing down some toast and another cup of strong coffee, I gathered my supplies: a digital camera, my phone, a hunting knife, and a notebook. If this thing was real, I needed evidence. If it wasn't, I needed to prove that to myself before I completely unraveled. I approached the window first, examining it in daylight. The fog marks were gone, evaporated in the morning warmth, but when I looked closer, I noticed something else. Fine scratches in the glass, almost invisible unless the light hit them just right. 3 parallel lines, identical to what I'd seen on the tree. I took several photos, making sure to capture them from different angles. Outside, I found something even more disturbing. Beneath my window, the soil was disturbed. Not footprints exactly, but long, narrow depressions in the dirt, as if something heavy had been dragging itself forward. The pattern was unusual, not the typical bipedal human gait, but something more deliberate. I photographed these too, placing my hand in the frame for scale. Following these markings led me deeper into the woods than I'd gone yesterday. About 100 yards from the house, I discovered what looked like a makeshift shelter. It wasn't much, just branches leaned against a fallen tree to create a low cave-like space. But it was definitely man-made. My stomach lurched at the realization that someone had been living in these woods, possibly watching my house for days or weeks before I noticed. Inside the crude shelter, I found scraps of food wrappers, a torn piece of what might have been a tarp, and something that made my hand freeze mid-air as I reached for it. A small electronic device with a red LED light. It looked like some kind of modified trail camera or surveillance equipment, the kind hunters use to track animals, but this one had been altered, its casing removed and wires exposed. I backed away from the shelter, suddenly feeling exposed. Whoever built this wasn't just passing through, they were monitoring something. Monitoring me. The pieces were starting to fit together in a horrifying way. The red eyes I'd seen weren't supernatural. They were the LEDs from surveillance equipment. The strange proportions could be explained by someone wearing dark clothing or a ghillie suit to blend with the trees. This wasn't a creature from the woods. This was a person, a stalker. Someone who had been watching my every move, perhaps for much longer than I realized. I hurried back toward the house, no longer concerned about making noise. With each step, the weight of the situation pressed down harder on my chest. I wasn't dealing with the unknown. I was dealing with something far more dangerous. Human malice. Back at the house, I locked every door and window, then called the local sheriff's office. The deputy who answered sounded skeptical when I explained what I'd found, but promised to send someone out later that afternoon. I didn't mention the figure in the trees or the scratches on my window, just the surveillance equipment and makeshift shelter. Even in my panicked state, I knew how crazy the full story would sound. While waiting for the police, I reviewed the photos I'd taken. In one of them, something caught my eye that I hadn't noticed before, a partial footprint near the edge of the frame. It was elongated and narrow, but definitely human. The tread pattern looked like some kind of specialized boot, maybe military or hunting gear. I tried to remember if I'd seen any unfamiliar vehicles parked along the forest road recently, or if any strangers had been asking about properties in the area. Nothing came to mind, but I'd been so wrapped up in my work for the past few months that I'd barely noticed the outside world. By late afternoon, a sheriff's deputy named Garland finally arrived. He was younger than I expected, probably in his early 30s, with a no-nonsense expression that suggested he'd already decided this was a waste of his time. "So you found what you think is a homeless camp in the woods?" he asked, not bothering to hide his skepticism. "It's not a homeless camp," I insisted. "There's surveillance equipment. Someone's been watching my house." Deputy Garland sighed, but followed me into the woods anyway. When we reached the spot where I'd found the shelter, my heart sank. It was gone. Not just the electronic device, but the entire structure. Branches had been scattered, food wrappers removed, and the ground swept clean of evidence. "There was a shelter right here," I said, my voice rising, "and a camera or something with red lights. It was right here." Garland looked around, clearly unconvinced. "Maybe an animal disturbed it. Bears are active this time of year." "Bears don't clean up after themselves," I snapped. "Someone came back and removed everything after I found it." The deputy made a show of walking around the area, but I could tell he thought I was either paranoid or making it all up. After a cursory examination, he suggested I might want to get some rest and said he'd keep an eye out during his patrols. As he walked back to his cruiser, I showed him the photos I'd taken, including the scratches on my window and the footprint. He glanced at them briefly, remarking that the scratches could be from tree branches in the wind, and the footprint could be anyone's, maybe even my own. "Look, I'm not saying nothing's going on," he said as he got into his car, "but without more concrete evidence, there's not much I can do. Keep your doors locked and call us if you see anyone suspicious." After he left, the forest seemed to close in around me again. Whoever was out there knew I'd found their hideout. They knew I'd called the police. And now they knew the police weren't taking me seriously. I was completely alone. That night, I didn't even attempt to sleep. Instead, I set up my own surveillance system. I positioned my laptop's webcam facing the window and started a recording program. I placed my phone on the opposite side of the room, also recording. Then I settled into a chair in the corner, baseball bat across my lap, and waited. Hours passed with nothing but the gentle hum of electronics and the occasional creak of the house settling. My eyelids grew heavy, despite the adrenaline and caffeine. I pinched myself, slapped my cheeks, anything to stay alert. But exhaustion was taking its toll after days with minimal sleep. At 2:43 a.m., the power went out again. Both my laptop and phone continued recording on battery power, but the sudden darkness jolted me back to full awareness. This wasn't a coincidence. Someone had cut the power deliberately. I gripped the bat tighter, straining to hear any sound above my own breathing. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then, so faint I almost missed it, came a scraping noise from the roof. Footsteps moving slowly, deliberately, across the shingles above my head. I froze, eyes darting to the ceiling as I tracked the movement. The footsteps paused directly overhead, and then something much heavier dragged across the roof. A moment later, there was a thud against the side of the house, followed by scratching at my window, the same three-line pattern as before. My phone and laptop were still recording, capturing whatever was happening, but I couldn't see the window from my position without exposing myself. I had to decide. Stay hidden or confront whatever was out there. The scratching continued, more insistent now. Then a new sound, something metallic working against the window latch from the outside. They were trying to get in. I launched from my chair, bat raised high, and charged toward the window with a primal scream. In the dim glow from my devices, I caught a glimpse of a face pressed against the glass, gaunt with sunken features partially obscured by what looked like dark paint or mud. The eyes reflected red from my laptop screen, giving them that eerie glow I'd seen before. The face vanished the instant I moved, dropping away from the window with inhuman speed. I heard scrambling on the roof again, then silence. My heart pounded so hard I could barely hear anything else. I fumbled for my flashlight, hands shaking violently, and directed the beam outside. Nothing. Just the empty branches swaying in the night breeze. I checked both my recording devices immediately. The laptop had captured something, a dark shape at the window, the scratching sounds clearly audible. But the face was mostly in shadow, impossible to identify. My phone had a better angle, but the image was too grainy in the low light to make out details. Still, it was evidence. Proof I wasn't imagining things. I saved both recordings to multiple locations, including emailing them to myself. If anything happened to me, there would be a record. The power remained off until morning. I sat vigil by the window, bat in hand, until the first light of dawn painted the trees in shades of gold and orange. Only then did I allow myself to slump against the wall, physically and emotionally drained. With daylight came a new determination. I couldn't live like this, waiting for night after night of terror. I needed to understand what I was dealing with. Who was this person? What did they want from me? Why had they chosen my home to torment? I reviewed the recordings again, this time on my phone since the laptop battery had died. Adjusting the brightness and contrast, I noticed something I'd missed before. A reflection in the window glass showed a portion of what the intruder was wearing. It looked like some kind of specialized outfit with straps and pockets, almost like tactical gear. This wasn't random harassment. This was methodical, planned. The person knew exactly what they were doing and had the equipment to do it effectively. But why target me? I wasn't wealthy. I didn't have enemies. I lived a quiet, solitary life by choice, rarely interacting with others beyond necessary transactions. Unless, that was exactly why I'd been chosen. Isolated, vulnerable, unlikely to be believed if I reported strange occurrences. The perfect victim. The thought chilled me more deeply than any supernatural explanation could have. Human predators are infinitely more terrifying than forest monsters because they choose to inflict fear. They enjoy it. As morning progressed, I made two decisions. First, I wouldn't flee. That might be exactly what they wanted, to drive me from my home. Second, I would prepare for confrontation. If this person wanted to play psychological games, they'd pick the wrong target. I refused to be terrorized any longer. I spent the day securing the house, boarding windows, reinforcing door locks, and setting up makeshift alarms using string and cans at entry points. I charged my devices and positioned cameras at strategic locations. Then I loaded my grandfather's old hunting rifle, something I hadn't touched in years. By sunset, my home resembled a fortress. I was exhausted, but resolute. Let them come, I thought. I'm ready. Night fell with excruciating slowness, each tick of the clock bringing me closer to the inevitable confrontation. I positioned myself in the living room, rifle within reach but not in hand. I didn't want to accidentally shoot at shadows. My goal wasn't to harm, but to capture, to finally see the face of my tormentor and understand why this was happening. This time I didn't turn on any lights. Let them think I was asleep or had fled. Let them grow confident enough to make a mistake. The hours crawled by. 11 p.m., midnight, 1 a.m., nothing. The forest remained eerily silent, as if holding its breath along with me. By 2 a.m., I began to wonder if they had somehow sensed my preparations and stayed away. At 2:38 a.m., one of my alarms triggered, cans clattering near the back door. I remained perfectly still, eyes fixed on the hallway leading to the kitchen. Another sound followed, the subtle creak of a floorboard that I knew was loose near the back entrance. They were inside my house. My mouth went dry and sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool night air. I silently reached for the rifle, careful not to make any sudden movements. The footsteps were almost imperceptible, but I could track their progress through the kitchen, pausing occasionally as if listening for my location. I had positioned a small mirror on the coffee table that gave me a partial view of the hallway. In its reflection, I caught a glimpse of movement. A tall, slender figure sliding along the wall with practiced precision. They wore dark clothing with multiple pockets and something over their face, not quite a mask, but some kind of camouflage paint that distorted their features. In one hand, they held what looked like a hunting knife. In the other, some kind of small device with a red indicator light, similar to what I'd found in the woods. They paused at the hallway entrance, scanning the living room. I remained frozen in place, barely breathing. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought they'd spotted me in the darkness, but then they turned toward the stairs, apparently planning to check the bedrooms first. This was my chance. As they placed a foot on the first stair, I flipped on the lights and raised the rifle. "Don't move," I commanded, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "Put the knife down." The figure froze, then slowly turned to face me. Up close, They were even more disturbing than I'd imagined. Tall and gaunt, with dark camouflage paint applied in a pattern that broke up the human outline of their face. The eyes that had appeared red in the darkness were actually pale blue, almost colorless, and utterly cold. "Who are you?" I demanded. "Why are you doing this?" For several seconds they said nothing, just stared at me with those empty eyes. Then slowly a smile spread across their face. Not a normal expression of amusement, but something predatory and wrong. "You weren't supposed to see me," they said, voice raspy as if rarely used. "Not that first night. No one ever sees me." "What do you want from me?" I kept the rifle steady, though my hands had started to shake. "Want?" They tilted their head, the same curious gesture I'd seen that first night in the tree. "I don't want anything from you. You're just interesting, living alone, always watching the forest but never seeing what's in it, until you did." A chill ran through me as I realized the implications. This person had been observing me for much longer than just these few days. They'd been in my woods, watching my habits, my routines, perhaps for months. "How long?" I managed to ask. "Since winter," they replied, as casually as if discussing the weather. "You never lock your back door before 9. You sleep with the window open when it's above 60 degrees. You talk to yourself when you think no one's listening." My stomach lurched. The intimate knowledge of my life, revealed so matter-of-factly, was more violating than any physical threat. "You're sick," I said, anger replacing fear. "The police are on their way." It was a lie, but I needed to establish some control. They laughed, a dry, hollow sound. "No, they're not. You tried that yesterday. Deputy Garland, right? He didn't believe you." "I have recordings," I countered. "From last night. Your face at my window, the scratches, everything." For the first time, uncertainty flickered across their features. "Recordings?" "On multiple devices, already uploaded to the cloud. If anything happens to me, they'll know exactly who to look for." The intruder's eyes darted around the room, likely searching for the devices I'd mentioned. Their grip on the knife tightened. "You should have just pretended not to see," they said, voice hardening. "Everyone else does. They convince themselves it was a deer or a shadow. They lock their doors and tell themselves they're safe. But you kept looking, kept searching." "Because this is my home," I said firmly. "Not yours. You don't belong here." "I belong everywhere people don't look," they countered. "The spaces between attention, the blind spots. I've watched dozens of homes, dozens of lives. Most never even know." The confession sent ice through my veins. This wasn't just about me. This person was a serial stalker, possibly worse. How many others had they terrorized? How many had simply explained away the signs, as I nearly had? "Put down the knife," I repeated. "This ends tonight." For a moment I thought they might comply. Their shoulders sagged slightly, and the knife lowered an inch. Then, with startling speed, they flicked something from their pocket toward me. I flinched instinctively, and in that split second they lunged, not at me, but toward the front door. I fired the rifle, aiming high to avoid hitting them directly. The shot splintered the doorframe, stopping them in their tracks. They whirled back toward me, eyes wide with something like respect. "You actually fired," they said, sounding almost impressed. "Most people can't." "Next one won't miss," I warned, though the thought of actually shooting another human being made me nauseated. We stood in stalemate, eyes locked, neither willing to make the next move. Outside, an owl hooted, breaking the silence. The intruder's gaze flicked to the window, then back to me. "They'll come looking when they hear the shot," I said. "Neighbors, police, you can't disappear this time." A strange expression crossed their face. Not fear exactly, but something close to disappointment. "I chose wrong with you," they said softly. "Too observant, too stubborn." Why me? I had to know. Out of everyone, why pick my house? They shrugged, a disconcertingly normal gesture from such an abnormal presence. "You were always watching the forest. I wanted to see what would happen if the forest watched back." The answer was so simple, so devoid of complex motive that it terrified me more than any elaborate scheme would have. I'd been tormented not out of revenge or desire, but mere curiosity. The casual cruelty of someone who viewed other lives as entertainment. Distant sirens began to wail, growing louder by the second. Someone had indeed heard the gunshot and called it in. The intruder's posture changed immediately, tension replacing the eerie calm. Without warning, they flung the knife at the ceiling light, plunging the room into darkness. I fired again reflexively, but hit nothing. By the time my eyes adjusted, the front door was open, and they were gone. I rushed to the doorway, rifle at the ready, but saw only empty darkness. The sirens were close now, less than a minute away. Red and blue lights began to flash among the trees as patrol cars approached. As officers swarmed my property minutes later, I stood in the doorway, physically present, but mentally still locked in that moment of confrontation. I'd seen the face of what had been haunting me, not a creature, not a monster, but something far more disturbing. A human who had chosen to become a predator, hunting not for food or survival, but for the pleasure of causing fear. The next few days passed in a blur of police statements, evidence collection, and sleepless nights. This time, with physical evidence, the knife left behind, damage from the gunshot, and most importantly, my recordings, the authorities took me seriously. Deputy Garland had been replaced by a detective named Holloway, a stern-faced woman who specialized in stalking cases. Based on what you've described and the evidence we've collected, we believe your intruder fits the profile of what we call a watcher, she explained, as we sat at my kitchen table the morning after the confrontation. They're a rare but documented type of stalker who derives satisfaction primarily from observation rather than direct contact. So this person watches people? That's it? I asked, struggling to comprehend the motive. Not exactly, Holloway replied, her expression grim. Watchers typically progress through stages. First observation from a distance, then closer surveillance, then testing boundaries, like the scratches on your window and the power outages. When their victims notice them, they usually move on to a new target. You forced an escalation by actively seeking them out and confronting them. So this is my fault? I couldn't keep the bitterness from my voice. Absolutely not, she said firmly. What you did was brave. And it's given us our first solid lead on someone who may be responsible for dozens of similar cases across 3 counties. She showed me a map marked with red pins. Locations where people had reported strange sightings, unexplained surveillance, and home invasions that matched the pattern of my experience. Most had been dismissed as paranoia or wildlife encounters, just as mine nearly was. We found prints on the knife, Holloway continued. No match in our system yet, but we're expanding the search. The boot prints outside match a specialized type used by wildlife photographers and hunters, designed to leave minimal impact on terrain. I nodded, remembering the strange gait and the equipment I'd seen. They said they'd been watching people for a long time, that most never noticed. That tracks with what we know about this type of predator, she confirmed. They're patient, methodical. They consider themselves invisible, and when someone sees them, it challenges their self-image. That's what makes them dangerous. Do you think they'll come back? The question had been haunting me since that night. Holloway didn't sugarcoat her answer. It's possible. Their pattern has been disrupted. Some move on when that happens, but others become fixated on the person who saw them. We're keeping officers in the area, and I'd strongly recommend you stay with friends or family for a while. The thought of abandoning my home felt like surrender, but practicality won out. I arranged to stay with my cousin in the city, 40 miles away. Before leaving, I installed proper security cameras, motion sensor lights, and a monitored alarm system. The woods that had once seemed peaceful now felt like they harbored secrets I could never unsee. As I packed a suitcase, Detective Holloway helped me secure the house. She paused by the window where I'd first seen the figure in the tree. You know, most people in your situation would have convinced themselves they imagined it all, she said. That's what these predators count on, our ability to rationalize away the inexplicable. I almost did, I admitted, if I hadn't seen those marks on the tree the next day. But you didn't stop looking, she pointed out. That's what saved you, and potentially others. Her words offered little comfort as I took one last look at my home before leaving. The trees stood silent and watching, just as they always had. But now I knew that sometimes the forest really does watch back. 6 months have passed since my encounter in the woods. I've returned to my house, though not without changes. The security system remains, upgraded and expanded. I've cleared the trees nearest to the house, eliminating any branches that could provide access to my windows. Motion sensor lights illuminate the property at the slightest disturbance. Detective Holloway calls me every few weeks with updates. The fingerprints eventually match those found at 3 other scenes across the state, all homes isolated near forests, all belonging to people who lived alone. They've compiled a profile of the suspect, likely male, 30-45 years old, with extensive outdoor and surveillance experience, possibly with military or law enforcement background, still at large. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind moves through the remaining trees, I find myself standing at that same window, peering into the darkness, not out of fear, but vigilance. The experience has changed me in ways I'm still understanding. I notice things now, subtle patterns, disturbances, the feeling of being observed. Awareness has become both my burden and my shield. I've connected with the other victims through a support group Holloway recommended. We share a unique trauma, the violation not just of our homes, but of our perception of safety. Most had dismissed their experiences as imagination or paranoia until I came forward with evidence. Now they too are reclaiming their stories, their spaces, their right to be believed. Last week, while hiking a trail near my property, something I've only recently found the courage to do again, I noticed 3 fresh scratches on a tree just off the path, the same pattern I'd seen before. My heart raced, but I didn't run. Instead, I photographed the marks and sent them to Holloway. Then I continued my hike, eyes alert, senses heightened. The forest doesn't frighten me the way it once did. I understand now that the true horror wasn't in what I saw in those trees that night. It was in the years I spent not seeing, not noticing the predator who had made my woods their hunting ground. The blindness we cultivate to maintain our comfort is perhaps our greatest vulnerability. Sometimes, I think I catch glimpses of movement among distant trees, a tall figure sliding between trunks, watching from the shadows. It could be imagination, memory playing tricks, or it could be real. Either way, I no longer look away. I stare directly back, because I know the truth now. The watcher in the trees never truly leaves. They merely retreat, regroup, find new vantage points, new victims. The game continues, but the rules have changed. They are no longer the only ones watching. I've installed cameras facing the forest, not just for security but documentation. If they return, when they return, there will be no question of evidence this time, no dismissal as paranoia or wildlife. The predator who thought themselves invisible will discover what it means to be truly seen. In my darkest moments, I wonder if I've become something of a watcher myself. Hyper-vigilant, always scanning the tree line, recording, documenting. The line between hunter and hunted sometimes blurs in my mind. But there's a crucial difference. I watch to protect, not to terrorize. The most unsettling revelation wasn't the existence of such predators among us. It was how effectively they operate within the spaces we choose not to see. Our blind spots, our comfortable denials, the gaps in attention where we tell ourselves that odd sound was just the house settling, that movement just a trick of light. God help me. But sometimes in my dreams, I see those cold, pale eyes staring at me through my window, and I feel an unsettling kinship, not with the cruelty or the violation, but with the patience, the attention to detail, the understanding that most people miss what's right in front of them. I keep these thoughts to myself during therapy sessions. Some transformations are too complex to articulate, too unnerving to share. Instead, I focus on recovery, on rebuilding, on the practical steps toward safety and normalcy. But I know, and perhaps they know, that normalcy is a fiction we maintain. The comfortable blindness is gone forever. I will never again dismiss that crawling sensation of being watched as mere imagination. Never rationalize away evidence that something is wrong. Never choose comfortable denial over uncomfortable vigilance. The trees outside my window still stand, swaying in the night breeze just as they always have, beautiful in daylight, ominous after dark. But now I understand what they've been trying to tell me all along. There are spaces between what we choose to see and what exists. Shadows that move when we look away. Watchers who count on our willingness to explain away the inexplicable. I leave my curtains open now. Let them see that I am not afraid, that I remain alert, that this territory is no longer unguarded. The watcher chose me because I was already watching the forest. They wanted to see what would happen if the forest watched back. Now they know. When I moved to Manawee, Nebraska, I didn't expect to find myself fighting for my life. Manawee, with its single resident, Elsie Eiler, was the least populated town in the United States. I'd come here to write, needing solitude to finish my novel. Elsie ran the library and the tavern, both places I frequented. She was a spry woman, sharp as a tack, and we quickly became friends. The solitude was exactly what I needed. My apartment in Chicago had become a prison of distractions, constant traffic noise, neighbors fighting through paper-thin walls, and the incessant ping of notifications from a world I was trying to escape. Here in Manawee, there was nothing but the whisper of prairie grass and the occasional passing train to break the silence. My rented cabin sat a quarter-mile from the center of what once was a town. It was small but comfortable. A bedroom, bathroom, kitchenette, and a living area with a desk positioned beneath a window that overlooked the endless Nebraska plains. The isolation felt like a luxury at first. I would wake before sunrise, make a pot of coffee, and write until my fingers cramped. Then I'd walk to Elsie's Tavern for lunch and human connection. Elsie became my window into Manawee's past. In her 70s, she had seen the town's slow death firsthand. Used to be 150 people here when I was a girl, she told me one afternoon as she wiped down the bar counter. Had a school, church, post office, real community. What happened? I asked, genuinely curious about how a town could simply fade away. Same thing that happened to most small farming towns. Young folks left for opportunities elsewhere. Farms got bigger, needed fewer hands. Then the railroad cut back service. She shrugged, but I could see the loss in her eyes. My husband Rudy and I were the last two. When he passed in 2004, it was just me. I admired her resilience. Running a tavern and a library for travelers and the occasional writer like me seemed like a lonely existence, but Elsie never complained. She was the unofficial mayor, treasurer, and sole citizen of Manawee. My first 2 weeks passed uneventfully. I made significant progress on my novel, a supernatural thriller about urban isolation, ironic given my current rural seclusion. The peace and quiet of Manawee was therapeutic, healing something in me I hadn't realized was broken. Then came the night everything changed. I was in the tavern, nursing a beer and chatting with Elsie about the town's history. She told me about the days when Manawee had a bustling population of 150 and how it had dwindled to just her. The stories were fascinating, and I found myself staying longer than usual. It was nearly midnight when I decided to walk back to my rented cabin. "You sure you don't want to borrow my flashlight?" Elsie asked as I stood to leave. "I'll be fine," I assured her. "The moon's bright enough tonight." The night was cool, and the stars were bright in the vast Nebraska sky. The path to my cabin was a dirt road flanked by tall, swaying grass. I walked slowly, enjoying the peacefulness. The moonlight cast long, shifting shadows across the landscape, transforming the familiar daytime terrain into something more primal and mysterious. I just reached the bend in the road when I heard a rustling in the grass. It could have been the wind or a small animal, but something felt off. The sound seemed too deliberate, too purposeful. "Who's there?" I called out, feeling foolish immediately after. This was Manawee, population 1 plus me. There was nobody else for miles. Silence answered me. I shook my head, chuckling to myself, and continued walking. The rustling resumed, this time accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing. I turned around but saw nothing in the silvery moonlight except the gently waving grass. Picking up my pace, I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination, perhaps my writer's mind conjuring threats where none existed. I wasn't armed, which in hindsight was a mistake. The breathing grew louder, more labored. It didn't sound human or like any animal I recognized. It reminded me of the wheezing gasps of my grandfather in his final days, desperate and hungry for air. My skin prickled with goosebumps despite the mild night. When I reached my cabin, I locked the door behind me and checked the windows. Everything seemed secure. I drew the curtains, suddenly aware of how exposed I felt with the darkness pressing against the glass. I sat at the small wooden desk in the corner and tried to write, but my mind kept drifting back to the rustling and breathing. The cursor blinked on my laptop screen, mocking my distraction. I typed a few sentences describing what I'd heard, trying to convince myself it was nothing but good material for my novel. Finally, I decided to call it a night. I shut down my laptop, brushed my teeth, and crawled into bed. Sleep came fitfully, filled with dreams of being pursued through endless fields of grass by something I couldn't see, but could hear breathing just behind me. I woke to the sound of scratching at the door. Groggy and disoriented, I grabbed the nearest object, a heavy brass lamp, and approached the door. The scratching continued, not the random pawing of an animal, but rhythmic, almost deliberate. 3 scratches, pause. 3 scratches, pause. As if whatever was outside was counting. The scratching stopped just as I reached the door. I listened for a moment, heart hammering in my chest, then opened the door a crack. Nothing. No animal. No person. Just the dark Nebraska night and the distant call of an owl. I stepped outside, the lamp raised above my head, scanning the area. The night was silent again, and I felt a chill that wasn't from the air. Something had been here. The evidence was clear in the deep gouges marring the wooden door. I ran my fingers over them, feeling their depth and sharpness. Whatever made these marks had claws or talons, not ordinary nails. Sleep was impossible after that. I spent the rest of the night in a chair facing the door, lamp within reach, jumping at every sound. The settling of the cabin's wooden frame, the hoot of an owl, the whisper of wind through the grass. By dawn, my eyes were gritty with exhaustion, but I had convinced myself that a coyote or wolf was the most likely culprit. The morning light revealed more than just claw marks on the door. Around the cabin's perimeter, the tall grass had been flattened in a circle, as if something had been pacing. There were no distinct footprints, just a matted trail winding around my temporary home. Whatever had visited in the night had spent considerable time out there, watching, waiting. The next morning I mentioned the incident to Elsie as she served me coffee at the tavern. She frowned, her eyes narrowing, the wrinkles around them deepening. "Be careful, Julian," she said, her voice dropping to just above a whisper. "This land holds more than just memories." I laughed it off, but her words stuck with me. "What do you mean by that? Are there wolves around here or something?" Elsie shook her head slowly. "Ain't no wolves made those marks, not if they're as deep as you say, not if they came with that breathing you heard." She looked around the empty tavern, as if checking for eavesdroppers in a town of 2 people. "There are stories in these parts, old stories. My grandfather used to tell tales about something that lived in the grasslands before the settlers came, something that didn't take kindly to being displaced." "Like a Native American legend?" I asked, intrigued despite my skepticism. "Older, according to him. The Pawnee had stories about it too, called it the Pahuk, the hill that speaks. Said it was a gateway to the spirit world." She poured herself a cup of coffee and sat across from me. "Most folks wrote it off as superstition, but every generation or so, someone goes missing out here. No trace, no explanation." I felt a chill despite the warm coffee mug in my hands. "You think that's what was outside my cabin?" Elsie shrugged. "I think you should start locking your door earlier and maybe borrow my shotgun." She stood up, signaling the end of the conversation, just in case. That evening, I decided to take a different route back to the cabin, hoping to avoid whatever had disturbed me the night before. The new path led me through a dense thicket of trees that bordered the eastern edge of what used to be town property. It was darker and more ominous, but it felt safer somehow, as if the trees might hide me from watching eyes. The sun was setting as I entered the thicket, casting long fingers of dying light through the branches. Shadows played across the path, making it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. The air felt heavier here, charged with some nameless tension. Birds fell silent as I passed, their absence creating a vacuum of sound, filled only by my footsteps on the leaf-littered ground. Halfway through the thicket, I heard footsteps behind me. I stopped, listening. The footsteps stopped too, with an unnatural precision that sent ice through my veins. I turned around, but the dense underbrush obscured my view. The fading light transformed the thicket into a maze of shadow and suggestion, where every tree trunk could be concealing a watcher. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding thin and frightened even to my own ears. "Elsie, is that you?" No answer came, but I could feel eyes on me, calculating and cold. The sensation made my skin crawl, like spiders tracing invisible patterns across my back. I hurried along the path, the footsteps resuming behind me, matching my pace with eerie precision. Each time I sped up, they did too. Each time I slowed, hoping to catch a glimpse of my pursuer, they slowed as well, always maintaining the same distance. When I reached a fallen log blocking the path, I had to slow down to climb over it. The footsteps behind me slowed too, but didn't stop. As I scrambled over the rotting wood, my hands sank into something wet and viscous. I jerked back in disgust, holding my palm up to the fading light. It was covered in a thick, black substance that smelled of copper and rot, like blood left too long in the open air. Panic surged through me. I broke into a run, heart pounding, not daring to look back. Branches whipped at my face and arms as I abandoned the path, crashing through the underbrush in a blind dash toward the clearing near my cabin. The footsteps behind me quickened to a run as well, no longer bothering to maintain their distance. Whatever was pursuing me was giving chase. When I reached the clearing near my cabin, the footsteps stopped. I burst through the door and locked it, panting. I sat on the floor, back against the door, trying to calm myself. My phone had no signal, and there was no landline. I felt isolated, vulnerable. The only other person for miles was Elsie, and reaching her would mean venturing back outside. As my breathing slowed and my heartbeat returned to something resembling normal, I became aware of a sound from outside. Not footsteps, but breathing. The same labored, wheezing breath I'd heard the night before, now right outside my door. It moved slowly around the cabin, pausing at each window as if looking for a way in. I needed to know what or who was following me. The next day I borrowed a rifle from Elsie. She didn't ask why, and I didn't offer an explanation. Her eyes told me she already knew. She showed me how to load it, aim, and fire, her weathered hands moving with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd grown up with firearms as tools of survival rather than weapons. "Aim for center mass," she advised. "Don't try to be fancy. And Julian," she fixed me with a stern look, "if you pull this trigger, you better mean it. Nothing worse than wounding something that's already angry." I spent the day fortifying my cabin as best I could. I nailed boards across the windows, leaving just enough space to see through and, if necessary, aim a rifle. I dragged the heavy wooden dresser in front of the door as an additional barrier. Then I waited. That night I sat in my cabin, rifle across my lap, waiting. The hours ticked by slowly, marked only by the steady ticking of the clock on the wall and the occasional distant cry of a coyote. The moon rose, bathing the clearing outside in cold, blue light that turned the waving grass into a spectral sea. Around midnight, the scratching started again. This time it was louder, more insistent. It moved from the door to the windows, circling the cabin with methodical patience. I followed the sound with the rifle barrel, muscles tense, finger hovering near the trigger. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the scratching, pregnant with anticipation. I took a deep breath, moved the dresser away from the door with trembling hands, and opened it, rifle ready. Standing in the doorway was a creature unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was tall, hunched, with matted fur that might once have been brown, but was now stained black in patches with what looked like dried blood. Its limbs were too long, too thin, jointed in places where no joints should be. But it was the eyes that froze me in place. Yellow orbs that glowed in the moonlight with an intelligence that was unmistakably malevolent. It didn't move, just stared at me with those terrible eyes. My heart raced, but I held the rifle steady, the barrel pointed at the center of its chest, just as Elsie had taught me. "Get out of here," I shouted, my voice cracking with fear. The creature tilted its head, almost curiously. Then it took a step forward, its movement fluid yet wrong somehow, like watching film footage played backward. I fired without conscious thought, the sound of the shot shattering the night's silence. The creature let out a pained cry before disappearing into the darkness, not running, but simply gone, as if it had dissolved into the shadows themselves. I slammed the door shut, bolting it and dragging the dresser back into place. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, and the smell of gunpowder filled the small cabin. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, my mind racing with what I'd seen. The creature defied categorization, not quite animal, not quite human. Its eyes had held recognition, understanding. It had known me. In the morning, I found blood on the ground outside, not red but black and thick, with an iridescent quality that caught the light like oil on water. It formed a trail leading into the tall grass, then stopped abruptly, as if whatever had been bleeding had simply vanished. I told Elsie about the encounter, describing the creature in halting terms, struggling to capture its wrongness in words. She just nodded, her lined face grave. "There's something in these parts," she said softly, pouring me a stronger drink than my usual morning coffee. "It's been here longer than me, longer than this town. My grandfather used to say it was here before people, before the grass, maybe before the land itself." "What is it?" I asked, desperate for any explanation that might make sense of what I'd seen. Elsie shook her head. "Don't rightly know. Nobody does. It doesn't have a proper name, at least not one that human tongues can say." She took a long sip of her coffee. "Some call it the Whistler, on account of the sound it makes sometimes, like wind through a cracked window. Others call it the Long Walker, because it's been seen crossing the plains in impossibly long strides, covering miles in minutes." "Have you ever seen it?" I asked. "Once," she admitted, her eyes distant with memory. "Night Rudy died. Saw it standing at the foot of his hospital bed, watching. Thought it was just grief and exhaustion playing tricks on me, but—" She trailed off, shaking her head. "Next morning, trail of that black blood leading from his room all the way out of the hospital. Nobody could explain it. I decided to stay another night, determined to get to the bottom of this. Perhaps it was foolish bravado, or perhaps the writer in me couldn't walk away from such a story. Either way, I found myself once again walking to the tavern with the rifle slung over my shoulder as the sun began to set. Elsie didn't say anything about the weapon, just poured me a drink. As the night wore on and my glass emptied several times, the door to the tavern swung open, admitting a gust of cold wind and a man I'd never seen before. He was tall with a rugged look about him, weathered skin stretched over sharp cheekbones, a salt and pepper beard that hadn't seen a trim in months, and eyes the pale blue of a winter sky. He wore canvas pants, a flannel shirt, and a leather jacket that had seen better days. A hunting knife hung from his belt, and the calluses on his hands spoke of a life of hard work. He scanned the nearly empty tavern, his gaze settling on me. With deliberate steps, he approached and sat next to me at the bar, ordering a beer from Elsie with a nod and a grunt. "You're the writer, huh?" he said, looking at me with those piercing blue eyes. I nodded, surprised. "Word travels fast. Not much else to talk about around here." He took a long pull from his beer. "Heard you had a run-in with the creature." The way he said it, the creature, sent a chill through me. Not a creature. The creature. As if there could be only one thing we might be discussing. "You could say that," I replied, studying him more carefully now. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "I've been tracking it for years. Killed my brother back in '09. Been on its trail ever since." The revelation sent a chill through me. "What is it?" I asked, the same question I'd put to Elsie earlier that day. "Don't know," he said, echoing her answer, "but it's dangerous, and it's smart, smarter than most people give it credit for." He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a forearm crisscrossed with scars, 3 parallel lines, deep and puckered, the mark of claws. "Got me outside Scottsbluff 3 years ago. Would have finished me if I hadn't had a flare gun." "It's afraid of fire?" I asked, filing the information away. "Not afraid. Nothing scares it, far as I can tell. But bright light blinds it temporarily. Gives you a chance to run." He finished his beer and motioned to Elsie for another. "Name's Ray Burnett, by the way." "Julian Foster," I replied, offering my hand. He shook it, his grip firm, calloused palm rough against mine. We talked for hours, sharing what we knew. He was a hunter, had been following the creature's trail from state to state for over a decade. He believed it was drawn to isolated places, preying on the unsuspecting, hikers, campers, lone travelers, and the occasional unfortunate resident of America's emptier spaces. It doesn't just kill, Ray explained, his voice dropping even lower. It studies, watches, learns. I've seen it mimic human behavior, even human speech sometimes. Speech. The idea that the thing I'd shot at could talk was deeply unsettling. Not like you and me talking, more like echoes, phrases it's heard, names, calls out in a voice it's stolen to lure people in. He shuddered visibly. Heard it call my brother's name once, 2 years after he died. His voice, perfect, like he was standing right behind me. He showed me scars from encounters past and warned me to leave Manawee while I still could. But I couldn't. I had to know more. The writer in me, the part that had always been drawn to darkness and mystery, wouldn't let me walk away now. I'm setting a trap tonight, Ray announced as closing time approached. Been planning it for weeks. Got everything ready up at my campsite. He eyed the rifle leaning against the bar beside me. Could use another gun. I should have said no. Should have packed my things and driven away from Manawee as fast as my car would take me. Instead, I heard myself say, I'm in. That night, the hunter and I set a trap, baiting it with meat he'd prepared specially. Raw venison soaked in blood and something else he wouldn't specify, a concoction he claimed would be irresistible to the creature. We positioned the bait just inside my cabin door, then sat waiting in the darkness, guns ready. The cabin felt different with Ray there. Smaller, more crowded, yet somehow safer. He moved with the quiet confidence of a man who'd faced death before and walked away. We spoke little as darkness fell, each lost in our own thoughts as we watched the door and windows for any sign of movement. Ray had brought additional weapons, a shotgun loaded with custom shells, a flare gun as he'd mentioned, and most surprisingly, a canister of what he claimed was homemade napalm. Last resort, he explained when he caught me staring at it. If things go sideways, we burn the cabin and run. His matter-of-fact tone suggested he'd done something similar before. The hours dragged by, the tension thick in the air. Outside, the prairie wind whispered through the grass, occasionally rising to a moan that made the cabin's timbers creak. Each sound drew our attention, set our nerves on edge, but the creature didn't show. Maybe it knows, I whispered around 11. Maybe it can sense the trap. Ray shook his head. It'll come. It's curious. That's its weakness. Can't resist investigating something new. He checked his watch. Give it another hour. Around midnight, the scratching began again. This time it was more aggressive, as if the creature knew we were waiting. It moved around the cabin's perimeter, testing each window, each weak point in our defenses. The scratching was interspersed with that familiar labored breathing, now accompanied by a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. Get ready, Ray whispered, raising his shotgun. When it comes through that door, aim for the chest. Don't hesitate. The scratching stopped abruptly. Silence fell, broken only by our breathing and the pounding of blood in my ears. Then, without warning, the door burst open, wood splintering around the lock as if it had been hit by a battering ram. The creature lunged at us, moving so fast it was almost a blur. It was larger than I remembered, its limbs longer, its yellow eyes blazing in the darkness. Ray fired, the shotgun's roar deafening in the confined space. The creature took the blast to the shoulder, black blood spattering across the wall behind it. It howled in pain, the sound like metal scraping against stone, inhuman and terrible. The smell hit me then, decay and copper, the stench of old blood and something else, something chemical and alien. I fired too, the rifle's recoil jarring my shoulder, but it barely slowed the creature down. It swiped at Ray, its claws leaving the air with an audible whoosh, catching him across the chest and sending him crashing into the wall. I fired again, aiming for its head as it turned toward me. The bullet grazed its skull, tearing a furrow through the matted fur and revealing something underneath that wasn't bone, but a hard chitinous substance that gleamed dully in the moonlight streaming through the broken door. The creature staggered back, shaking its misshapen head. Blood, or what passed for it, dripped from its wounds, sizzling where it hit the wooden floor like acid. It fixed those terrible yellow eyes on me, and I braced myself for the attack, knowing the rifle wouldn't stop it, knowing I was about to die. But then it stopped, sniffing the air, its head tilted in that unnatural way again, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. It turned and fled into the night, leaving us shaken and bleeding. Ray was in bad shape. The creature's claws had torn through his jacket and shirt, leaving 3 deep gashes across his chest. I helped him to the bed, using a first aid kit to clean and bandage the wounds as best I could. "Why did it run?" I asked as I worked. "It had us. It could have killed us both." Ray winced as I applied antiseptic to the wounds. "Don't know. Never seen it retreat like that before. Usually, once it attacks, it doesn't stop until—" He didn't need to finish the sentence. We spent the rest of the night tending to our wounds and trying to understand what had happened. The hunter was convinced that we had injured it badly, but not fatally. He planned to follow its trail at first light, determined to end it once and for all. "You should leave," he told me as dawn approached. "Go back to Chicago or wherever you came from. This isn't your fight." "It became my fight when that thing tried to kill me," I argued. "Besides, you're in no condition to track anything." He chuckled, then winced at the pain it caused. "Been hurt worse, but you're right about one thing. Could use some help." I should have taken the out he'd offered. Should have packed my laptop and manuscripts and left Minoe in my rearview mirror. But something had changed in me during that night of terror. I'd faced the creature and survived. More importantly, I'd glimpsed something beyond the mundane world I'd always known. Something ancient and mysterious that defied explanation. The writer in me couldn't walk away from that story untold. "I'll help you," I said. "But first, we need supplies and rest." We spent the day preparing. I drove into the nearest town with a proper store, 30 miles away, and stocked up on first aid supplies, food, water, ammunition, and camping gear. When I returned, Ray had mapped out a likely route for the creature based on previous patterns and the direction it had fled. "It likes to den up in abandoned structures," he explained, pointing to circled locations on his worn map. "Old farmhouses, barns, root cellars, places with access to the ground underneath. I think it digs tunnels, connects these places underground." "Like a network?" I asked, studying the map. The circled locations formed no obvious pattern to my eye. "Exactly. It's not random. It's systematic." He traced a finger along invisible lines connecting the circles. "It's building something out here. Has been for decades, maybe centuries." "Building what?" Ray shook his head. "That's what I aim to find out, and then end it, once and for all." As night fell again, we set out on the creature's trail, following the distinctive black blood spatters that glowed faintly in the beam of our flashlights. The trail led us away from Manoe, across the open prairie, and toward an abandoned farmstead Ray had marked on his map. The old farmhouse loomed against the night sky, a dark silhouette with broken windows like empty eye sockets. The blood trail led straight to the front door, which hung askew on rusted hinges. "Ready," Ray whispered, checking his shotgun. I nodded, gripping my rifle tightly. We approached slowly, flashlights sweeping the overgrown yard for any sign of movement. The front porch creaked under our weight, boards rotted through in places. Ray pushed the door open with the barrel of his shotgun, revealing darkness beyond. The smell hit us immediately, that same decay and copper stench, now mixed with the musty odor of abandonment. Our flashlight beams cut through the darkness, revealing peeling wallpaper, broken furniture, and a floor stained black with the creature's blood. The trail led across the living room and down a hallway toward what was once the kitchen. We followed cautiously, every sense alert for danger. The kitchen was empty except for a rusted sink and counters covered in decades of dust. The blood trail ended at a door in the floor, a root cellar entrance, its iron ring handle gleaming dully in our flashlight beams. "This is it," Ray whispered. "It's down there." I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry. Are we really going down there after it? Wounded animals are the most dangerous. "It's not an animal," Ray replied, his voice grim. "And yes, we're going down. It's wounded. Might be our only chance to finish this." He handed me the flare gun. "If things go bad, use this. Aim for the eyes." Then he lifted the cellar door. The stench that rose from the dark opening was overwhelming. The copper blood smell now mixed with something else, something primordial and rotten. A damp, cold breath of air wafted up from below, carrying whispers that might have been the wind through underground tunnels or something else entirely. Ray went first, shotgun ready, descending the rotting wooden steps into darkness. I followed, rifle in one hand, flashlight in the other, the flare gun tucked into my belt. The cellar was larger than I expected, the earthen walls reinforced with timbers that looked centuries old. Our flashlight beams revealed shelves lined with ancient preserving jars, their contents long since turned to unidentifiable mush. But it was what lay beyond the original cellar that froze my blood. A tunnel had been dug into the far wall, its entrance roughly circular and large enough for a man to walk through upright. Or for something man-sized, but not man-shaped. "Jesus," I whispered, "how far does it go?" Ray played his flashlight over the tunnel entrance. "Miles, maybe. I've found others like this. They connect, form a network under the prairie." He pointed to markings carved into the tunnel walls, symbols that resembled no alphabet I'd ever seen, curved and angular at once, somehow painful to look at directly. "What are those?" "Don't know. Some kind of language, I think. Or a map." Ray stepped closer to the tunnel. "The blood trail leads in. It's in there. Probably wounded. Probably waiting. Should we really go in?" The prospect of entering that narrow space, of being trapped underground with the creature, made my skin crawl. Ray's eyes were hard in the flashlight's reflected glow. "I've been hunting this thing for 15 years. I'm not stopping now." He checked his shotgun one last time. "But you can stay here if you want. Keep watch. Pride wouldn't let me take the coward's way out. If this man, wounded and driven by vengeance, could face the darkness, so could I." "I'm coming," I said, steeling myself. The tunnel was a nightmare. Barely wide enough for our shoulders, its ceiling low enough to force us to hunch over, it wound into the earth in a gradual downward spiral. The walls were packed earth mixed with something else, a clay-like substance that gleamed wetly in our flashlights and seemed to pulse subtly, as if breathing. The air grew thicker the deeper we went, heavy with moisture and that alien stench. We followed the blood trail in silence, each lost in private fears. The tunnel branched occasionally, but the creature's path was clear, always downward, always deeper. After what felt like hours, the passage widened abruptly, opening into a chamber that stole what little breath I had left. It was vast, far larger than should have been possible so far underground. Our flashlights couldn't reach the ceiling or the far walls. What they did reveal was enough to shatter my understanding of the world. The chamber was filled with structures, not buildings, but formations that resembled hives or nests constructed from that same clay-like substance that lined the tunnels. They rose from the floor in twisted spires connected by arching bridges of the material, and embedded within these structures were objects, human objects. I could make out pieces of farm equipment, sections of automobiles, fragments of furniture, all partially absorbed into the alien architecture as if the clay were slowly digesting them. But worst of all were the human remains, bones mostly, yellowed with age, arranged in patterns that suggested a terrible purpose rather than random disposal. Skulls formed the center of spiral designs on the chamber floor. Femurs and tibias created lattice-like structures within the clay spires. Rib cages housed collections of smaller bones, arranged with deliberate care. "What is this place?" I whispered, unable to tear my eyes away from the horror before us. "Its lair," Ray answered, his voice tight with controlled fear. "Its workshop. Its museum." Our flashlight beams caught movement near the center of the chamber. The creature was there, hunched over something, its back to us. It seemed absorbed in some task, its unnaturally long arms moving with precise, almost delicate motions. Ray raised his shotgun, taking careful aim. But before he could fire, the creature spoke. "I knew you would come." The voice was wrong, a collection of human tones layered together, as if multiple people were speaking in flawless unison. It turned slowly to face us, those yellow eyes gleaming in the darkness. Up close, in the stark beam of our flashlights, I could see details I'd missed before. Its fur was not fur at all, but a covering of fine, hair-like appendages that moved independently, like cilia. The wounds we'd inflicted were already healing, the edges knitting together as we watched. And its face, What I had taken for a snout or muzzle was something else entirely. Something that shifted and rearranged itself even as we stared. 15 years, Raymond Burnett, it said, using that terrible composite voice. 15 years you have pursued me. Did you never wonder why I let you live so long? Ray's shotgun didn't waver. I'm going to kill you, he said simply. The creature made a sound that might have been laughter. You cannot kill what I am. I was here before your kind crawled from the oceans. I will be here when the last of you returns to dust. It gestured at the chamber around us. This is but one of my galleries. I have been collecting for millennia. Collecting what? I asked, unable to stop myself. Those yellow eyes shifted to me. Moments, lives, stories. It tilted its head in that unsettling way. You understand, writer. You collect stories too. A chill ran through me at being recognized, named by my profession rather than my identity. Not like this, I managed, not by killing. Death is merely the final chapter. It turned back to Ray. Your brother's chapter was particularly compelling. His fear, exquisite. Ray's face contorted with rage. He fired the shotgun without warning, the blast echoing deafeningly through the chamber. The creature staggered backward but didn't fall. Instead, it straightened, black blood oozing from fresh wounds in its chest. I studied you, Raymond, it continued, as if the shotgun blast had been no more than a minor interruption. Your persistence, your grief, your rage. All these years, you thought you were hunting me. Its mouth twisted into something resembling a smile. I was cultivating you. I raised my rifle, but Ray held up a hand to stop me. What do you mean, cultivating? Rare emotions, pure emotions. They are what I collect most preciously. The creature gestured toward one of the clay spires, where I now noticed objects embedded that gleamed in our flashlight beams. Not metal or bone, but something like glass vials filled with swirling luminescent mist. Distilled human experience. Your hatred has become quite refined over the years. Ray's hands trembled on the shotgun. This ends tonight. Perhaps, the creature agreed. All stories must end, even mine eventually. It took a step toward us, but not by your hand. Ray fired again, and again the creature absorbed the blast. It moved with sudden, blinding speed, crossing the space between them in an eye blink. One elongated arm lashed out, knocking the shotgun from Ray's grip. The other seized him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. I fired the rifle, the shot striking the creature's back. It turned its head 180 degrees to look at me, its neck twisting in a way no vertebrate spine could allow. Your story interests me too, writer, it said. Fear and curiosity so perfectly balanced. I have a place prepared for you here. Ray was turning blue, his legs kicking uselessly as the creature's grip tightened. I dropped the rifle and pulled the flare gun from my belt, remembering what he'd said about bright light. Without hesitation, I fired directly at those terrible yellow eyes. The flare struck true, igniting against the creature's face. It screamed, a sound like metal tearing, like 1,000 voices crying out in agony. It dropped Ray, who collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The creature clawed at its burning face, its movements frantic, uncoordinated. The napalm, Ray croaked, pointing to the canister he'd dropped. Use it. I grabbed the canister, fumbling with the unfamiliar mechanism, as the creature recovered, the flare's light already fading. Its face was charred, one eye a ruined socket, but the other still fixed on me with malevolent intelligence. You cannot destroy this place, it said, its voice now distorted, crackling. My work of centuries. I finally figured out the trigger mechanism on the canister. Watch me, I said, and sprayed the nearest clay spire with the viscous, flammable gel. The creature howled and lunged for me. I dodged, barely avoiding those terrible claws, and used my cigarette lighter to ignite the napalm. It caught immediately, blue-orange flames racing up the structure and spreading to the connecting bridges of clay. More, Ray shouted, now on his feet again. He grabbed his shotgun and fired at the creature, keeping it at bay while I ran from spire to spire, dousing them with napalm and setting them ablaze. The chamber filled with acrid smoke and the impossible screaming of the creature. Not pain now, but rage and despair. The glass-like vials in the clay structures began to shatter in the heat, releasing their luminescent contents, which dissipated like fog in sunlight. "We need to get out," I shouted as the flames spread faster than I could track, engulfing the chamber in a hellish glow. Ray nodded, firing one last blast at the creature before joining me at the tunnel entrance. We fled back the way we had come, stumbling and gasping in the smoke-filled passageway. Behind us, the creature's screams grew fainter, then stopped entirely, replaced by the roar of the inferno we had created. The tunnel began to collapse as we ran, the clay-reinforced earth crumbling under the heat and pressure of the fire below. We barely reached the cellar before the passage caved in completely, sealing whatever remained of the creature and its grotesque collection behind tons of earth. We staggered out of the farmhouse just as dawn broke over the prairie. Gray light revealed our soot-stained faces and blood-soaked clothes. In the distance, I could see a plume of dark smoke rising from the ground about a half-mile away. Another entrance to the underground network, I presumed, now acting as a chimney for the subterranean blaze. "Is it over?" I asked, collapsing onto the overgrown farmyard grass. "Is it dead?" Ray sat beside me, his face grim despite our apparent victory. "Don't know. Never found anything that could kill it before." He stared at the rising smoke. "Maybe the fire will be enough. Maybe not." I decided to leave Manoe. The solitude I had sought had turned into a nightmare. As I packed my things that afternoon, Elsie came to see me off. She hugged me, her eyes sad but understanding. "Be safe, Julian," she said. "And if you write about this, be careful. Some stories attract attention." Driving away from Manoe, I couldn't shake the feeling that the creature was still out there, watching. Ray had chosen to stay, setting up camp near the collapsed tunnel entrance, determined to make sure nothing emerged from the ashes. I respected his dedication, but couldn't share it. I had survived, and that had to be enough. I returned to the city, but the experience haunted me. I wrote about it, trying to make sense of it all, to transform raw terror into something I could understand and control. The novel became a bestseller, though I changed enough details that no one would connect it to the real events in Manoe. I moved frequently after that, never staying in one place too long, always looking over my shoulder. Sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I'd wake to the sound of scratching at my door, or that distinctive labored breathing outside my window. But when I looked, there was never anything there, just shadows and the lingering tendrils of nightmare. Years later, I heard a rumor about a creature attacking a small town in Montana. The description matched what I'd seen. I knew it was still out there, and I knew I'd never be truly free of it. But I also knew I'd survived, and that had to count for something. Sometimes I wonder about Ray, if he's still hunting, still driven by that cultivated hatred the creature so admired. I wonder about Elsie, alone in her town of one, so close to whatever lurks beneath the prairie soil. I wonder about all the isolated places in America, the forgotten corners where something ancient might build its galleries undisturbed. Most of all, I wonder if it's watching me even now, cultivating my fear the way it cultivated Ray's hatred, waiting for the perfect moment to add the final chapter to my story, to capture that exquisite terror and preserve it in one of its unearthly vials. Some nights, when the wind sounds too much like breathing and the shadows move with purpose, I almost convince myself to run again. But where would I go? What remote cabin or crowded city would be truly safe? The creature had been right about one thing. I am a collector of stories too. This one, my own, remains unfinished. And I suspect it will stay that way until the day something scratches at my door and I open it one final time.